Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. President Donald Trump has pardoned Troy Lake, the 65-year-old Wyoming diesel mechanic who spent 7 months in federal prison for tweaking and removing emission systems on ailing engines. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Lake found out he was pardoned by listening to a voicemail message on his phone.
Troy Lake had been caring for his sick dog, and he was in his kitchen in his home there just outside of Cheyenne, and he noticed he had a voicemail. It was Senator Cynthia Lummis saying that he had received a full and unconditional pardon. He'll no longer be a convicted felon or have to wear an ankle monitor or be on supervised release. It's just a very victorious moment for this family.
Lake spent his 40th wedding anniversary and his 65th birthday in prison and tells Cowboy State Daily he believed he'd spend the rest of his life as a convicted felon, unable to vote, hold public office, or possess or hunt with firearms. Wyoming business leaders are saying the effort to bring manufacturing back to the United States is an existential crisis for America and the world. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Wyoming has many advantages that manufacturing companies are looking for.
We have all these resources that we export to other states, and the value is added in other states. The value chain there is huge, and we're missing out on all of it. So if we can do that in Wyoming, we get better sales tax revenue, we have better jobs for people. Wyoming officials are always trying to chase more diversity in the economy, get some of these value-added things in Wyoming, and then we're not so dependent on what the commodity market is doing.
Part of the top-to-bottom approach, according to the Wyoming Business Council's executive director, Josh Durrell, is making sure that Wyoming communities are nice places to live, have good schools, and the proper infrastructure to support economic growth. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Justin Harris was a developmentally disabled Casper teen who vanished from a group home in 2004. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the Casper PD has put fresh eyes on the unsolved case, and that's giving hope to Justin's family after 21 years of unanswered questions.
A new detective took over the case in 2025, looked back at that information, so it's technically new information derived in 2011. New technology and forensic capabilities have significantly advanced. So those capabilities were not around in 2011 when this information was derived from these suspects in the subsequent follow-up interviews.
Harris was 13 years old when he disappeared from a Casper group home after staff found his bed stuffed with clothing as if he were in bed sleeping. Police believe the teen was either abducted or was aided in his escape. If there's one lesson to be taken away from a Uinta County family's successful mule deer hunting season, it's that putting in the work scouting an area ahead of time can pay off big. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that all 5 members of the Hansen family bagged huge bucks because of their tenacity and preparation.
The Hansen family, they actually have 5 sons, but 2 are grown up and moved away. So they've got 3 sons ranging from 17 to 13 that still live at home. So all 5 members of the current household, the mom, the dad, and the 3 younger sons, went out mule deer hunting in an area there in southwest Wyoming, in the Uinta County area, and they all 5 ended up getting really nice big mule deer buck. There is an element of luck involved in just being tenacious, just not giving up when you're out in the field. But they also credited that what they did before the season, like over the summer, and they went into that area, spent a lot of time in there beforehand, scouting it out, hiking around, checking things out, seeing where the deer were, watching the deer's pattern of movement. So they kind of had it. They weren't just going in there blind. They kind of knew the lay of the land, and they have had a lot of knowledge beforehand.
Jeanette Hansen tells Cowboy State Daily that she's immensely proud of her family's hunting accomplishment, and she doesn't take living in Wyoming for granted. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
It's a Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, November 10. And it looks like the shutdown is finally over. Government shutdown, longest in history. At least there's been a vote that will pave the way for another vote. This is how government works. That will end the shutdown. But it looks like a done deal. We'll tell you more about that. We'll tell you which Democrats broke ranks and ruined the Schumer shutdown. Chucky's angry this morning, maybe. I don't know. 8. Did I say 8 or 6? 8 Democrats jump ranks. Yeah. We'll let you know how that went down. Also, we'll tell you how you can rent your own ski resort. If you don't want to wait in line, too crowded, whatever, if you want to be that snooty, that bougie, yeah, you can rent your own ski resort for a day. It's more reasonable than you would think. The sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald, that was today, I think. The anniversary of it today. The Witch of November came calling. Came blowing on the Great Lakes, and we'll look back on that 50 years ago today, November 10th, 1975, the anniversary of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Yes, and as is pointed out in the story, if not for the song, it would just be one of many ships that have sank in the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes are practically oceans. I'll buy you Godzilla, and only if you take it to go. The popular drinking lander is, well, the drink's not under fire, but the lander police chief is getting frustrated with the liquor laws that allow drinks to go from bars, especially one called the Godzilla. And then the Uinta County family, the Hansons, that bagged 5 large buck mule deer. Good for them. A failed racehorse that is now living its best life as a sort of guinea pig. It's received now 2 bone marrow withdrawals as cell biology, cell technology, cellular, what do you call it? When you take cells out of something. There's a vet in Colorado that has this racehorse that never did end up racing. And it's now living a new life as maybe helping researchers with stem cells. That's what I wanted to say. The holy grail cure for other injured horses might be stem cell research. But first you need some stem cells. And this racehorse that weeded out early in its career, in fact, was never ridden, is providing stem cells for the future. That's pretty cool. Troy Lake got pardoned. He's the diesel mechanic that Cowboy State's been on this story. Cowboy State Daily's been there since the beginning. I remember getting the phone call from Jeff Doherty. Thanks, Jeff. And he said, I got a story for you. And I listened, and it sounded pretty juicy. Diesel mechanic is imprisoned, federal charges for tampering with a diesel exhaust device. The EPA raided his shop with like SWAT dudes. It sounded crazy. I'm like, hold on, I got to get you to a real writer. I can't write this up. I turned it over to Claire McFarland, who now puts a period on this story. Probably should be the end of the story. We'll see. As President Trump did indeed pardon Troy Lake, the Wyoming diesel mechanic that did hard time for 7 months of his 12-month sentence. And of course, he would have been a felon, convicted felon for his whole life. Would not be able to vote, own a firearm, and other things that felons can't do. So, yeah, the Cowboy State Daily got involved early on. Then politicians jumped in. Chip Nyman was there, locally, state guy. And then Senator Cynthia Lummis took up the cause. Finally, a lot of chirping went up the ladder until it reached D.C. in the Oval Office, and President Trump made Troy Lake one of many pardons that he wrote over the last week, including Darryl Strawberry, New York Mets baseball player, including Rudy Giuliani, former New York City mayor. He and his cohorts, I don't mean to use that word disparagingly, but he and others involved or implicated in or named in the 2020 election fraud, all those guys got pardons. Dick Cheney, what was his favorite restaurant to eat in? I agree with some Facebook readers, some Facebook users of Cowboy State Daily. We're stretching the most out of Dick Cheney 15 minutes of fame. I mean, sad to see of his passing. Don't like to see negative stuff for anyone who has passed on. That's not nice. You don't want people saying stuff about you. But I do agree with those who say that this is out of the news cycle now. And when you're putting a story out there that says where so-and-so used to eat, okay, I think we're done with that news cycle, okay? Let former Vice President Cheney rest in peace. We don't need to know where he ate or where he went potty or anything else. Although it was interesting to note one thing, that, of course, when Secret Service is involved and you go out to a restaurant, it was different. It's different when you're vice president and you go out to eat. There was one neat thing about that story I found interesting. Like, Secret Service hangs out in the kitchen while you prepare the vice president's steak. We'll talk about that later. Wildlife photography, can he do it with just a regular cell phone? Mark Hines asked the experts, and they kind of said, yeah, if you want. Bigger camera is better, but cell phones today, they're tech. Fantastic. One of the most responded to stories over the weekend is the firing of the Campbell County head coach, football coach. The Camels, by the way, went on to win last Friday. They will play for a state championship without their head coach. He was fired right there in the middle of the playoffs. And almost everyone is coming to his defense. And I disagree to a point. And we'll talk about that. Former coach Ora Garst Campbell County Camels, who are continuing their run for a state title. They're going to have to go up against the beast of the East, the Sheridan Broncs. That's going to be a heck of a football game. The Broncs are on their 54-game win streak, something like that. They haven't lost since Nixon was in office. Or, all right, maybe that overshoots it a little, but Sheridan has not been beaten in a football game in a long time, man. And could the Campbell County Camels do it? Win one for the Gipper, win one for their fired coach, Garst. That story will tell you what he was fired for and why the vast majority of people believe it was out of line by the school district, uncalled for, overreaction by the school district. Everybody coming to the defense of the coach. I was a little surprised about that. Jackson Walker, stories about Wyoming airports bracing for flight cancellations due to the government shutdown. I think we can put that one to the aside. The shutdown looks like coming to an end. There'll be vote, I think today, Sean Berry. I'll have to read what Sean Berry wrote. There needs to be a follow-up vote. But the breakthrough is the CR was voted through. 8 Dems broke ranks, and we'll finally be done with that nonsense. Speaking of politics and stuff, Claire McFarland writes, a Wyoming judge upheld state laws banning crossover voting and sore loser primary election candidates. This is good news, big news, certainly for Secretary of State Chuck Gray and for the way Wyoming does politics, does elections. And we'll dig deep into that, what crossover voting is if you're not familiar, what sore loser stuff is if you're not familiar. We'll dig deep on that later in the show. And yeah, those are the highlight stuff that we're looking at on this Monday. A lot of weekend stories, obviously, that we got to catch up with. Special guests today, well, it's a little thin on the special guests. We got a few. I'll leave them a surprise. Dawn day with a forecast looks like this. Sunny, breezy in Casper, 63. Partly sunny in Riverton with a highs 56. Evanston, mostly sunny, upper 50s. Green River, you should get to 60 with plenty of sunshine. Sunny skies in Pinedale, highs 56. Alpine, partly sunny, 57. DuBois, partly sunny, breezy, 57-ish. Same Jackson. Thermopolis, mostly sunny, 60s. 63 in Cody, but mostly cloudy and breezy in Cody. Partly sunny in Buffalo, highs in the upper 60s, mostly sunny and 70 in Sheridan. What a day. Is that the hot spot? I think it might be. Sunny and 58 in Newcastle. Gillette, mostly sunny with a high of 65. And of course, the accompanying wind gusts. You can't do weather in Gillette without talking about gusty winds. Torrington, sunny, 67. Sunny and breezy in Douglas with a high 66. Sunny and breezy in the state capital, Cheyenne, 65 the high. Laramie, 58. Sunny in Rawlins and breezy with highs 55. That takes you across the state. Pretty nice day. Honestly, rebounding from that cold blast, which is passing through Chicago now, dumping snow. If you watched the Chicago Bears football game yesterday, you could see it snowing, and that city of Chicago looking at 10 inches. They haven't had a 10-inch snowfall since 2021, I think, and they were looking at periods of 3 inches an hour during the worst of that. That's significant. That cold front is not packing with it its own precipitation, really. That's all lake effect snow whenever that cold air goes over the Great Lakes. Same kind of weather when that cold air moves over those lakes, man. That's the weather that created the storm that sunk the Edmund Fitzgerald. Although there is mystery about it, it's kind of weird how there was not a sole survivor. When they finally found that ship at the bottom of the lake, there was no bodies in it. Weirdness, but not weird to have violent weather in November on the Great Lakes. That's not weird. That's pretty normal. Don Day will come on later and talk about what he remembers. Don was living in Michigan. He was just a little tyke, 8 years old when the Edmund Fitzgerald was lost, 1975. So that age, there you go. You know how old our meteorologist is, but he has recollections of some radio broadcast and the weather. Maybe that's why he became a weatherman. You know, some of your earliest memories of your mom and dad huddled around the radio listening to the forecast, and then this ship is lost at sea, at lake. Yeah, that might stick in your mind a little bit. Then you go on to forecast weather. You see the power of weather and what it can do. But Don Day remembers that day on the Great Lakes. And we commemorate the 50-year anniversary of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald in 1975 on this day, November 10th. I thought today was Veterans Day. Tomorrow is. And we'll do some Veterans Day stuff. Speaking of, I don't know why this makes me think of Veterans Day, but we'll talk about President Trump going to a football game. I'm pretty I swear President Trump said that he would never attend a Washington Commanders football game. Presidents in the past have sometimes attended NFL games and sometimes would go to, the home team. If you're in Washington, D.C., if that's where you work, and if you're not busy golfing or at Mar-a-Lago or wherever Trump goes, you could take in a football. I'm sure you're invited. I'm sure one phone call and you'd be in the presidential suite. But I remember Trump, because of his outspokenness regarding the name of Washington, saying they should go back to the Redskins. That was stupid that they changed their name to the Commanders. That was dumb. That was wokeness and DEI. And I'm not going to be a Washington Commander fan, and I'm not going to go to a game until they change their name. I don't know if he said he wouldn't go to a game until they change their name, but he certainly, his rhetoric would make it appear as if President Trump was not welcome to even come to a game in Washington after giving him grief about the name. We won't get into whether that whole thing, the whitewashing of the Cleveland Indians in baseball are now the Cleveland Guardians. At what point are you not honoring Indians, Native Americans, and at what point are you disparaging them? Redskin, okay, that might have that certainly has some derogatory to it. What if your team is named the Braves or the Warriors? Apparently that's okay. It's 6, 1/2 dozen, whatever the phrase is. It's 50-50. It's 6, 7. It's, you either like Nikki Glazer's monologue on Saturday Night Live or you don't. That was, not since Shane Gillis was on Has There Been a Monologue that has bristled the mainstream. Nikki Glazer she's a blowtorch, man. She has an acid tongue. She's got a unique sense of humor, and she does not hold back. And she let it fly Saturday night on Saturday Night Live. Because she was not right-leaning in her monologue, her stuff went over better. I remember when Shane Gillis did his bit, there was like crickets after a lot of his jokes. He doesn't work in New York, in liberal New York, and he doesn't work in Hollywood when he hosted that ESPN award show. That's not Shane Gillis territory. He's going to be a hostile environment. Nikki Glaser can navigate liberals better, but she went ripping. We'll talk about her monologue, and I'll play a little bit of it, enough so we don't get sued, short enough. But yeah, it was interesting. All right, so we've set up the morning Monday, and we've done your weather, and we'll dig more into the show. I also want to do, I want to do a replay of a great interview Friday in case you missed it. It was last Friday, late in the show, and it was really good, with a filmmaker from Hollywood who's worked on some big films, and he's from little old Powell, Wyoming. I had a great time talking with a filmmaker, so I think maybe we'll run that little replay on the Monday morning. In case you missed it, Friday late in the show, we played that. So yeah, we'll do that maybe. I don't know where we're going. I don't really plan it out. We'll fly the airplane as we fly it, with no flight plan on this Monday morning. We'll be back.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut, the one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink, or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking, now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Also, later today in the show, I think we're going to have Mac on, Mac Watson, and talk a little bit of sports because, it was a sports weekend. As long as Mac agrees not to mention anything about the Buffalo Bills, I can't go there yet. I can't do it. I knew Buffalo was going to lose to Miami. I had a feeling. It's the beat the Chiefs hangover. Buffalo got so hyped up to beat the Chiefs the week prior that I knew when they went on the road they would suffer a Chiefs hangover. And Miami relishes nothing more than to beat Buffalo, especially in their sweltery, sweaty barn called Florida. Miami lives to beat Buffalo. If they win one game all year, their season is a success if that dub came at the expense of the Bills. That's all they care about. They love to beat Buffalo, and that's it. They'll lose every other game, and they're well on the way to doing that. They fired their GM. The coach is hanging on by a thread. This is not a good football team in Miami. Yet I knew they would beat the Bills. I just knew it because that's all. I mean, they've been game planning for this game in the preseason. They've been lying in wait. Oh, it was just hard to watch. I cannot talk about the Bills yet. Everybody wants the head of the coach. Yeah, I don't mind. Let's fire the whole bunch of them because fire the athletic trainer because the whole Bills defense is hurt. These guys are so fragile anymore. The whole defense is hurt. And they have no receivers because they didn't go out and get any. They didn't draft any of significance. And they didn't make any trades. They didn't make any trade deadline moves. They didn't sign free agents. They didn't do anything to address their lack of receivers, figuring that Josh Allen's so great that when he puts on the cape, he doesn't need good receivers or great receivers. He just needs average because it's all him. He'll put the ball. Meanwhile, he goes back to throw. There's never anyone open. Nobody open. Oh, all right. Well, I'm sure for the non-football people, this is lost on them. So let's move to I don't know, politics. See, I'd much rather talk about sports. I should be doing an ESPN show, not this. Because compared to sports, politics is stupid. Politics is sports. It's winners and losers, only I don't care who wins or loses. I have no dog in the fight. I pick no sides. Just seems like a pointless game. There's the coin flip. There's the Democrats and Republicans lining up at the line of scrimmage, banging heads. Right now, the Republicans are favored in the great match. But in the end, I don't care who wins. I've already turned it off by halftime. Not interested. Let's look at the 8 Democrats that jumped ship to get us a resolution, to get us government back to work. Now, it's not a done deal. As Sean Barry points out, check out the story. We're waking up to news today. This happened late Sunday. So if you turned off the TV after the football games and you weren't watching news, you'll miss it until this morning. The breaking news is U.S. Senate voted Sunday by the slimmest of margins to end the government shutdown. In fact, they had to fly in one of the Republicans. They flew him wherever he was. He said, get in here. You're the deciding vote. You got to come in and cast your vote. Where was he? I think he was in Texas. Filibuster in the Senate. So to keep from a filibuster, to keep the Democrats from being able to hold up everything while they talk, and we've seen they're pretty good at that. That one dude did a overnight filibuster, right? He was like 8 or 10 hours he was talking. Oh, there's another reason to, boy, you think watching that Thursday night football game between Denver and Oakland, wherever the Raiders play now, they'll always be Oakland. Denver and Oakland, that 10-7 game, it was the only game in history to have more penalties than first downs. Oh, it was dreadful. You think watching that, 2.5 hours of that eye bleed football game is on par with listening to a Democrat filibuster all night long for 8.5 hours. Which would you rather do as penance? What if you went into the Catholic booth, if you went into confessional and you said, forgive me, Father, for I've sinned. I pulled my sister's hair. I stole a pencil from work. And I did whatever. And what if the priest said, you're going to have to count off a couple of Hail Marys on the rosary and also take your choice, take your pick, go back and rewatch the Thursday night football game between Denver and Oakland, the Raiders and the Donkeys, watch the whole thing, or go back and listen to the Democrat who filibustered for 8+ hours. Who was that guy? I even asked, it was in the House, and I asked Representative Hageman if she listened to him. She said she had to go back to her office and lie down for a little bit. So you're not required, I guess, to sit there and listen. You can walk away. And Representative Hageman said, that was late. She said, I had to go into my office and lay down a little while. I'm like, I don't blame you. I would have zonked out through the whole thing. Democrat House member who filibustered all night. Is that a good query for Googler? The Democrat who filibustered, Cory Booker, New Jersey. Oh, geez. Oh, it wasn't 8 hours. It was 25 hours and 5 minutes. More than a day. Oh, what would you rather do? Rewatch Denver versus Las Vegas. That'll clock in at only 3 hours. But the frustration doesn't even matter if you root for one team or the other. It was horrid. That was the hardest football game ever to watch. With the flags, there was no exciting plays in that whole game. Nothing happened. Bo Nix looked terrible. Everybody looked terrible. The players, the coaches made bad call. Everybody looked awful. And then when something slightly exciting happened, like, whoa, I just woke up. What happened? Because you hear the crowd and then the announcer got excited. As excited as that old dude can get on Thursday Night Football. Who's that guy? Gotta Google again. Thursday Night Football announcers. You know, it's the old Al Michaels, who, I mean, he's a legend, yes. But he's showing signs of age. Yeah, all of a sudden, Al Michaels would get semi-excited, and there'd be sort of a play, and then, wait a minute, flags down. Wait a minute. What you just saw didn't happen. Penalty. Oh, that game was horrible. Okay, so as your penance, you've been bad. You've been naughty. As your penance, would you rather listen to Cory Booker chirp all night long and all day long, 25 hours and 5 minutes? And Harriet Hageman said, I had to go lie down. Her quote, that works from everybody in the house, right? I had to go lie down. 25 hours that guy was. So he's not in the Senate, but they probably have a comparative dude in the Senate just ready to go, just warming up. And it's the reason why you needed a filibuster-proof vote, why you didn't need just the majority, 51-49. You needed a 60-40 to keep from having to hear one of the Senate Democrats go for 25. They were probably warming somebody up in the bullpen just as a threat. Don't even think about trying to move a majority vote. Has to be super majority, or we got a guy ready to go. You thought Cory Booker was long-winded? Oh, this guy, he doesn't even stop to breathe. He can go a couple, 3 days just talking. Oh, man. So, all right. We're not going to have a filibuster, as exciting as that could have been. 60 votes were needed to overcome that, and we got the 60-40 just before 11 Eastern Standard Time. The vote took place late Sunday. And the vote's preliminary. It signals the final Senate passage is forthcoming. So the next vote will not require 60-40. So you had 8 Democrats jump ranks. You can now have, 7 of them go back and vote their party line, because now any requisite votes need to be only majority, 51-49. And assuming that's a done deal, and assuming that happens today, although I don't see, let's see, the Senate is usually in session Monday through Thursday. But senators stayed in the nation's capital all Friday just to get this vote done. I'm thinking today they would finalize it and vote again, but I don't know that Sean Berry's story includes that. Let's say they are, and then that would end this whole government shutdown. You would get back to funding hunger initiative programs, SNAP and WIC. Anti-hunger programs would be fully funded. Some of that food assistance has fallen into legal limbo. We hear that it'll be fully funded, partially funded, but now, we'll get back to feeding people. We'll get back to paying TSA and air traffic control. Everybody who works for the government will finally get those paychecks that were piling up and not mailed out. So good news, the government gets back to work. It looks like, again, not a done deal until another vote takes place. Who of the Democrat side decided to thumb their nose at Chuck Schumer? Dick Durbin, Illinois, veteran member of the Democrat leadership, retiring at the end of this term. He broke ranks with Chuck Schumer. He flipped. So did Senator Angus King of Maine. So too did Tim Kaine of Virginia, joined by Senator John Fetterman, Pennsylvania. I mention these names because they are true American heroes. Senator Jean Shaheen, New Hampshire. She caved. Senator Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada. Jackie Rosen, Nevada. Those are your 8 Democrats who flipped their vote. And presumably, I'll be interested to see if they go back now, because they can. They can, I guess, save some party face and go back and vote no, because now you don't need the 60-40. I don't know. We'll see if that happens. I was going to play I'll come back with my interview of the Hollywood director. We'll come back and do that right after this quick break.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. We welcome in what I hope is the Cowboy State Daily Show's next hire, because we sorely need a line producer. We need an engineer. We need a lot of things, but this guy's way advanced. He's not going to work for us. He works in Hollywood. We're going to talk about the career of Carl Bayer, or is it Bayer?
That would be Bayer.
Carl Bayer. We learned about you through the story, such a good story, David Madison. Basically the story is Powell projectionist turned movie maker. You're doing, you're a line producer, basically the role in Hollywood, but your career is incredible. Beginning with, I don't know, should we go from the beginning forward or go from now backwards? How do you want to do it?
I'd let you lead the dance. I'm better at questions than answers.
Okay, roger that. Let's start. I love the beginning. You don't know where you're going unless you know where you've been. I love the way you started in movies being a projectionist. That seems like it should be a requirement for any director, producer, anybody in movies, is to be intimately familiar with movies, to smell the, what is it, celluloid? What is the films made
exactly. It was celluloid. Now it's just trying to smell the pixels. It doesn't really happen that way.
But I love the fact that you watch the movie maybe the first time, second time, and after that you watch people and you saw their reactions. What was it about a movie that made people laugh? What made them cry? What made them talk later after the movie? Like, what did they discuss? No better way to get that immediate feedback and become, someone who wanted to make those movies. That was, what a way to come up. I love that.
Yeah, I have to attribute a lot to my parents and the college culture that we had at the time. My father was a professor. My mother was a special ed teacher in that world. She raised us first and then became one after the kids sort of got out. There was always the influence. I remember my father at a young age, and even my grandfather taking me to movies when probably too young to be going to them. So I do remember that. So I was always exposed to it. That college definitely kept me in the arts. So it even starts prior to then. And I had never considered it until I got into high school as being a potential career. When I was being a projectionist, I was just really enjoying the movies. I wasn't thinking of it as a job. And it was because of it, though, that it became the job. It became that opportunity.
You were sponging it all up. You were there for the free popcorn, but little did you know you were getting instruction on your career. Now, at the family dinner table, what was the discussion regarding? You were exposed to movies and to culture and to stuff like that, but did you dialogue? Did you talk about movies, dissect them? Like what made this good? What was the plot? Like any of that or not necessarily?
Oh, absolutely. You've got two parents who are educators. They're going to ask you questions on a constant basis.
Yeah.
There was always a dialogue, a very favorable dialogue with my parents. And one of the things to know is it's probably illegal at this point, but I was subjected to all brands of films. I mean, I was 13 years old and I was projecting Apocalypse Now. So it's a heck of an experience to have that kind of a film burning into your mind at that point. And it's one of the films that leaves a deep impression on me.
Yeah, you were drinking out of a fire hydrant when it comes to film. You were taking in everything. It's like a multi-sport athlete now. You see this, football quarterback, and he's like, well, I played high school and baseball, and back in I played all sports back in high school. Yeah, that's interesting. So let's get you to college. You were looking at some schools. You figure you wanted some institutional learning, some college. You looked at NYU, but that's in New York. I hear you. I live there.
Stepping over the homeless. A really fantastic school. Never going to knock it. But boy, I couldn't do New York. Not coming from Powell, Wyoming. That's a tough one.
Right. And then there's UCLA, but their program required a lot of textbooks and less camera. And then Montana State University won out. How's that?
You know what? It was just one of those luck of the draws. We were looking at my father being a teacher had said sort of, he's like, you can do what you want with your life, but I really would like you to at least try and get a college degree. So it was pretty important for him, for one thing or another, to get that degree. And he's like, he had been doing a little bit of research, and he said, the MSU has got a film program, and they sound really hands-on, and gosh, we can afford it. I wasn't the best student in high school, so it wasn't as if I was getting a lot of government money there to go to school. So
we're talking to Carl Byer, who navigated his way from Powell Panther. Did you graduate Powell? Is that when you were there?
I did.
Yeah,
I did all my schooling in Powell. First through 12th. So
yeah, love Powell. Great community.
Yes.
So. Then college, and then, okay, you're starting to get an idea that I want to do this. This is going to be my career. What did you then zero in on any particular thing? There's a lot of things you can do in Hollywood. You can be an actor. You can be the guy behind the lens. You can be the guy who, you can be, I have a friend who was a key grip. He built a bunch of sets for Spike Lee movies. Like, how did you zero in on what, like, oh, I like this?
Well, it's a couple of different stories there. The first story is a little advice if there's any younger viewers out there. Definitely, when you go to college, especially in the entertainment world, when you're a freshman, make friends with seniors. And that was the best advice I ever got. And making friends with all the advanced classmen, they went out and paid the dues. So when I came to Hollywood, I had a bunch of friends already who'd paid their dues and were able to open doors for me that I probably wouldn't have had if I hadn't made that effort. But I honestly went to college thinking that I was going to be a cameraman. I wanted to be a cinematographer. And it wasn't until my senior summer, I got a job on a movie that was shooting locally in Bozeman. And the job was, I was working as a grip, so helping out in the camera department. And the last day on set, I saw a guy come out on the set, true story, come out on the set, and he started screaming at the director. And nobody talks to the director, let alone screams at him. And he's yelling at him about schedule and time and how the day's got to get done. And he walks off set. And I turned to my boss, the cameraman, and I'm like, so who was that? And he's like, oh, well, that's one of the producers. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to be a cameraman anymore. I want to be a producer. I want to be able to yell at people. So that's the true story there.
Oh, my goodness. So what you did zero in on is sort of the guy who takes the friction out of those two roles, the line producer. The director has to be like the creative dude. He can't be worried about what does it cost to shoot this shot 50 times because this actor can't get it right. Then you got executive producers that got to go raise the extra money. Line producers tell all of them what is realistic. What can we do? What is it going to take to make this movie? That's a crucial role.
Yeah, I manage people's expectations. That's really what my job is that I'm like if you don't understand the movie business, I'm a contractor. If you understand construction, I'm the person who doesn't draw up your plans, and I'm not the person who goes to the bank and has a conversation with them. I'm purely the person who hires the crew and makes sure that the plans happen, but also make sure that the banks are happy.
And are you able to, I'm sure the first time you were in this role, you kind of built the airplane while it was flying. You learned on the job. But are you able now to take an idea, a script, and then a budget and say, yeah, we can make this movie in 4 months for this much, and I know what it's going to take. This is the timeline. We better be here by this date. Like, really? You can map all that out now?
You know, and it's all, it sounds incredible, but it's all experience. It's like anything else.
Yeah.
You know, it's being exposed to and being exposed to it. And, you know, yes, it is a skill. It's a skill that I think is learned. So the people that are older in this position are much better off. They've seen a lot of things and done a lot of things. But it's also not an old person sport. This business is, just to give you an idea, my average day is a 14-hour day. So, and that's truly at work, truly at focused. Our unions keep us limited to around 12, but I got to get there an hour before everybody shows up, and I got to call the studios at the end of the night and say, this is what happened, and keep everybody apprised. So I'll put in an easy 14-hour day before I drive home or before I drive to work. So I love my 6 hours of sleep. If I get that, it's a great week.
Careful what you wish for, college kids. We're talking to Carl Baier. Let's get back to the trajectory of the career of Carl Baier. Yes. It is Powell, and then college, and then you get to Hollywood, and you start. Tell me about some of the first films you got on. They had to be eye-opening experiences where you saw, and you're like, wow, I am in the Hollywood machine now, which you described as fickle. Hollywood can be heartless. It can be the high of highs, low of lows. And what was your first impressions, your first movies, your first projects you were on? What did you do?
So I was, I landed in Hollywood, and again, because of my contacts that I had made in college, I worked a couple of music videos, like a Billy Idol music video and a couple of other things. Like, those are the entry-level jobs when you get to Los Angeles, like the bottom of the bottom. And a friend of mine said, hey, this director lost his assistant. Do you want to, or his assistant's moving on, do you want to become his assistant? And with that, I became an assistant to a pretty big director at the time. I got really lucky with this job.
Nice.
And so my exposure to Hollywood for my first 2 years was, instead of being on set where I thought I was going to be, I was in an office watching the business side of filmmaking. Definitely the business side. But one of the things that happened with that is we had just finished, when I started to work for them, they had just finished a movie called La Bamba. And that was one of the first movies to break 100 million in the box office. And it broke it because of, partly it's a great movie, but also because it spoke to a specific ethnic group. The Hispanic community was dying for a story about one of their heroes. And so the night that we premiered the movie, the director called and said, do you want to come out with me? We're going to go to a screening. And I'm like, okay, let's go out to it. And we went to this movie theater out in what they call the Valley of Los Angeles, which is the more middle, lower income part of the city. And we went out to the Valley, and we went to a definitely Hispanic movie theater. bought a couple of tickets, and we sat in the back row. And and the director turned to me and said, "Okay, what I want you to do is I want you to watch the audience. Don't watch the movie. You've seen this movie. I want you to see how the audience reacts." And it was an incredibly favorable film. And so with that,
Yeah, we gotta cut that interview short with Carl Byer, a Powell guy who's going to Hollywood to make movies. So cool. That'll wrap us up for hour one here on a Monday, November 10th on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Time for top of the hour news for our affiliates. We'll be right back after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The head coach of the Campbell County High School football program in Gillette has been terminated days before a playoff game. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the reason for the dismissal of Coach Ora Garst was due to an escalating interaction with a player.
I also was able to obtain at least a partial copy of a recording of the incident, about 25 seconds worth. You can clearly hear him very angry at this player. There are profanities, says something about his family at some point, about the coach, about his own family, presumably something happened, but we don't really know. And you can kind of see in this video that there are other players with their phones out, presumably recording it.
Coach Garst tells Cowboy State Daily that he's contrite about the incident and that he, quote, deserves, unquote, the consequences. Wyoming meteorologist Don Day was living in the Great Lakes when the SS Edmund Fitzgerald sank 50 years ago on November 10th, 1975. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that even though Day was only 8 years old, he vividly recalls hearing the storm bulletins crackle on the radio announcing the Witch of November.
The Witch of November is the storm system that comes in November when cold air from Canada meets the relatively warmer temperatures of the Great Lakes, and it creates a lot of turbulence. But this particular year, they called it the storm of the century because you had an additional front moving up from the plains, and they met right over Lake Superior. They say that sailing on the Great Lakes is actually a lot more dangerous than sailing on the Atlantic or the Pacific Oceans because, among other reasons, the salt water will stretch the waves out. So they occur at a frequency of about 10 to 16 seconds. On the Great Lakes, you get waves every 4 to 8 seconds, and they're nearly as big.
The ship sank and was never seen again, but the tragedy continues to fascinate people because of the Canadian singer-songwriter Gordon Lightfoot, who memorialized the tragedy in the song The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, which was a top 40 hit back in August of 1976. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. President Donald Trump has pardoned Troy Lake, the 65-year-old Wyoming diesel mechanic who spent several months in federal prison for tweaking and removing emission systems on ailing engines. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Lake found out he was pardoned by listening to a voicemail message on his phone.
Troy Lake had been caring for his sick dog, and he was in his kitchen in his home there just outside of Cheyenne, and he noticed he had a voicemail. It was Senator Cynthia Lummis saying that he had received a full and unconditional pardon. He'll no longer be a convicted felon or have to wear an ankle monitor or be on supervised release. It's just a very victorious moment for this family of seeing all the people who had their backs, who cared about their case, really seeing Wyoming go to bat for them.
Lake spent his 40th wedding anniversary and his 65th birthday in prison and tells Cowboy State Daily he believed he'd spend the rest of his life as a convicted felon, unable to vote, hold public office, or possess or hunt with firearms. Wyoming business leaders are saying the effort to bring manufacturing back to the United States is an existential crisis for America and the world. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Wyoming has many advantages that manufacturing companies are looking for.
We have all these resources that we export to other states, and the value is added in other states. The value chain there is huge, and we're missing out on all of it. It's multiple billions of dollars, So if we can do that in Wyoming, we get better sales tax revenue, we have better jobs for people.
Part of a top-to-bottom approach, according to the Wyoming Business Council Executive Director Josh Durrell, is making sure that Wyoming communities are nice places to live, have good schools, and the proper infrastructure to support economic growth. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Monday, November 10th. I want to start the hour with the story about the coach, the football coach that was terminated right in the middle of playoffs. Campbell County coach. I'm particularly want to point out how many people responded to that story on Facebook. This is your chance to provide feedback for Cowboy State Daily Stories. Other than this show, of course, we try to hash out some of the top stories from Cowboy State Daily and try to figure out what they mean and what people are thinking. That's why we have this show, just to further talk out, water cooler talk regarding the stories in Cowboy State Daily. It's some stories invite more, some stories you want to know more. In this case, there were a lot of people who commented. Everybody wanted to share their 2 cents. Now, some stories are different, Cowboy State Daily. There may be a story that gets a lot of engagement. A lot of people will click on an icon saying thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm laughing, I'm crying. Well, they'll make some kind of reaction. Those reactions are good indications the story resonated with someone somehow. Those are often good analytics, to get a gauge of whether that story hit home for some people, whether that story landed. And then the comments, and then shares. Some people share stories, particularly stories that are uniquely Wyoming. I mean, all it takes is a blizzard in, say, late August, early September, where the rest of the country is like, what do you mean, a snowstorm? In early September, that's impossible. Those stories always have really high share rates because you're sharing it with your friends and family back somewhere else. And you're like, look, it's snowing in Wyoming already. I mean, almost always those stories have high share. But finding stories that people want to comment on are the stories that I think are very controversial. People cannot help themselves but adding what they think. And that's an indication you've hit on a story that has a real I don't know. Just controversial is how I would call him. And the story about the Campbell County High School football coach, huge, with comments. Everybody wanted to comment. Also big, by the way, I love this, and we'll get to this story as well. President Trump pardoning the Cheyenne diesel mechanic. That story, 11,000 impressions. Huge. That's big numbers. This is Cowboy State Daily. Not that we're small. I mean, we have how many Facebook followers? Over 100,000. How many Facebook followers do we have lately? It's a lot. So, but for 11,000 to take time to make some kind of indication that they liked the story, hated the story, whatever, they clicked on some impression. That's big. That is 100,000. Yeah, we have 180,000 Facebook followers. Well over 180,000. Which, if you know the population of the state of Wyoming, is pretty significant. 11,824 comments, 2,200 shares. So that's the biggest story of the weekend, yes. But right up there is the college coach, or the high school coach. 623 impressions, 591 comments, which I find interesting because the comments are by far out of line with the other numbers, 74 shares. So the story, analytic-wise, did pretty good. A lot of people were interested in reading it, but the story elicited responses like no other story. And by far, the responses were, I guess you could say, coming to the support of the coach. Here's what happened. The original story from Greg Johnson, Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson, managing editor, and he'll turn to the pen every once in a while, particularly on sports kind of stuff. He wrote the story, Greg Johnson, Campbell County head football coach fired for profanity-laced outburst. Now, we're assuming that this is the only reason the coach was fired. We know of no other past history regarding this coach. If you look back at his tenure with Campbell County, all this guy did, this coach, by the way, is Ora Garst. All Coach Garst did is come in and turn this program around. When Coach Garst began as head coach of the Campbell County Camels, the Camels were not very good. They were bad. And they were bad for a while. And this guy came in and he's turned that program around. He's made it successful in a win-loss kind of way. And he's really built it up. So he has that going for him on his resume. He has come in and made a good football team out of a bad football team. Successful as coaches are measured, yes. And then, after a 17-14 Halloween playoff win over the Laramie Plainsmen, somebody taped, I still say videotape even though it's not, somebody recorded the locker room discussion, the post-game locker room discussion, wherein Coach Garst went into a tirade. Profanity-laced tirade directed apparently at one particular player. And the tirade included, and I'll quote, at one point we had the recording, and I think we've taken it down now, but there was more than one person that recorded it with their cell phone. There was, let's say, at least two, maybe three or four. 25-second clip is what the Cowboy State Daily got to look at. And in it, Coach is heard saying, and it's a little garbled, but you can hear Coach Garst saying, among other things, quote, "You can effing quit. We don't effing need you. Do you understand?" The audio then gets garbled a little, and then something about a family, and then "I don't want to deal with that effing SH ever again." So yeah, plenty of F-bombs. And the tirade directed at one particular player. There's outside sources, and there's some speculation that it's over playing time for one particular player. The speculation is the parents of one particular player were not happy with the playing time their kid was getting and had made a stink about it. And the coach finally had enough and went off inappropriately. He says so. The coach admits. He said, yeah, I can't do that. Coach Garst said, "In my 17 years of coaching, I've never done that. That's not me. This is one time I was, and it just one time happened to coincide with a taping, a video recording of me, but this is not me." He said, "I yelled at a player and used profanity, and you can't do that," coach said. "I deserve the consequences. I'm going to take the high road." This is Coach Garst saying this. So there's no denial from the coach. Complete take ownership of what he said. Complete saying that it was wrong and saying that he wishes his football team well. He said, "I'm going to be their biggest fan for the next rest of the season." And he was born and raised in Gillette. Garst said he doesn't want to get into any kind of back and forth about he said, she said, or why he said. The haters are going to say that's who I am as a coach, but those who know me know it was a temporary lapse in judgment. So many people, and I don't know if it's because they know Coach Garst. I can't imagine that of these 591 comments, I can't imagine a majority know Coach Garst or even live in Gillette or are Campbell County football fans. Like, they're probably just, in general, coming to the aid of a coach that I think we know in this day and age, coaches are kind of have their hands tied when it comes to coaching. They're, when they're trying to get the best out of their players, when they're, and this is high school football. These are young men, okay? 17-year-old young man. This is not, a 10-year-old on the middle school team. This is not JV girls volleyball. This is high school football. So can you tolerate a little more fire from a coach, let's say, a la Bobby Knight, a coach that may get in the face of his players about something? And many people responded coming to the defense of this coach, probably many who don't even know the situation, but just in general are saying, you know what, you can't coach anymore. You just can't, not like you used to. Bobby Knight, outburst back in the day, you can't do that anymore. With today's snowflakes will melt if you try to be a real coach. I'm paraphrasing what 98% of the comments were. Today's snowflakes, with today's helicopter parents, you cannot coach kids the way they need to be coached. And yes, you might drop a few F-bombs. That's nothing unusual that you won't hear in the locker room of any high school football team. That's what people are saying. Like, they say the coach was not out of line. They say the termination of said coach is what's out of line. And I agree with all that sentiment. You can't coach like you used to. And yes, one kid's parents can tip the scale. One kid's parents, if they're noisy and go to the AD of a school district, can get a coach fired. We've seen it happen. I agree with all of that, but I disagree that a coach should be able to use profanity directed at one particular player over an incident that is not football, I believe. This was sounds like the kid wanting more playing time, or his parents do. I want to play more. And the coach telling him, look, I'm doing what's best for the team. If you don't like it, walk. That's harsh. It's directed at a player, but it's the profanity I take objection with. I believe a coach cannot use profanity to a player, or should not. And I know I'm in the great minority. No, I'm living in a 1960s believing that people don't cuss anymore. I don't use profanity on this show because that's always been my profession. I've been on radio, and you don't use the 7 words that George Carlin has outlined. You just don't. And that's carried over into my everyday life. The tongue is a rudder that directs where the ship sails. I'm not down with swearing at a kid. If you're the adult and the kid's in the locker room, I think you not only should you as a coach not use profanity, not drop F-bombs as regular, maybe one slips out and then you say, well, occasionally slips out. But these folks that are commenting on this story saying, hey, it's totally okay in today's day and age to use profanity when addressing your players at a high school level. I disagree. I don't think you should. I think you should set a higher example. I know the kids do to each other. That's different. If the quarterback wants to tell his lineman, hey, you need to effing block better, I'm getting my effing A handed to me over here. Now, that's one thing. But I don't think the coach should foster that environment. I don't think the coach should use profanity. And you heard Coach say that I can't do. He admitted himself, I can't do that, which is taking the high road. I appreciate that from Coach Garst, who said, I yelled at a player and used profanity, and you can't do that. Coach said that. And I agree. You can't do that. And you can get on a player. You can yell at players. You can hold players to a higher standard. You can raise the bar. There's no reason you can't coach hard. But I think I draw the line of profanity, but I apparently am the minority. All the comments I'm reading, everybody says it's okay for a head football coach to drop F-bombs at his players. I don't agree with that. I think you got to keep it clean and somewhat civil. I know, and I'm not trying to be a snowflake about it, but I think you got to keep it clean. Yeah, maybe that's just me, but yeah, that story is, and then the firing, that seems harsh. If there's no history, if this is a one-off incident, boy, I mean, we've seen coaches fired for less and fired for more, but that seems right in the middle of a season, right there, and then during a playoff run. That is kind of surprising, the timing. The reaction of the Campbell County School District was hard. They went hard on that coach. And by the way, just for the sports angle of it, not that it means anything, the wins and losses, but Campbell County did go on to win their next game without the head coach, and it will be playing for a state title coming this weekend down in Laramie. But yeah, that story interests me because it seems a hot topic. It always feels to me a topic when you're talking about high school coaches and their ability to coach in this new, I'm running to the panic room triggered by snowflake era. Yeah, very difficult to be a high school coach in this day environment. And when parents have a lot of sway and athletic directors are quick to just say, they want nothing to do with it. And then the next thing you know, a coach is fired. I get it. It's difficult now. And I just, yeah, I think this story is just indicative of others, and it won't be going away anytime soon. This guy's here, Don Day weather forecast. Don, your hair looks good today, much better than mine.
I decided to comb it for you, Jake.
Dude, seriously, you looking good. Today is obviously the 50-year anniversary of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, as pointed out by who was that in the story who said, we wouldn't be talking about this ship if it weren't for Gordon Lightfoot. I mean, without this song, this is just another ship that went down on the Great Lakes, which is that'll be our launching board here, our springboard into talking about weather in the Great Lakes, especially in November. Those lakes are huge, Don, and they can act like oceans, and weather can get there and mix them up.
Yeah, I mean, and here we are, the 50th anniversary, and they're having snow squalls with 50-mile-per-hour winds on the Great Lakes right now. So the Witch of November's visited them right on the anniversary. So yeah, the hard to believe it's been 50 years, that's for sure.
Just in case you thought Gordon Lightfoot was embellishing, yeah, today's weather forecast for the Great Lakes will say, no, this can definitely happen. That whole story is pretty just so weird. But yeah, weather on the Great Lakes and that ship that was going Canada to U.S., an ore ship. I think it was going from there to here. But yeah, I don't. Don, you talked about being a young lad when you heard news of that. You lived in the Michigan area. I don't wonder if that didn't play some influence in your current profession.
It may have. I mean, living in the Great Lakes, you do have a unique weather climate there, and watching the weather there is different. It's a lot different than here, but those Great Lakes really do create their own weather, and it's a very special place on Earth in terms of those big freshwater lakes like that. It's a very unique environment, and that storm. I remember the storm, and then when I was talking to the reporter about this, it's like 50 years. Yeah, that was a long time ago. But if we think about the changes in technology that have happened in the 50 years from where we are now to where we were then, but also the news cycle is, our news cycle is, what's the average lifespan of a news story? What, 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Before the next one comes on. I mean, that was in that part of the country was something that was on the news for a while, because first it was ship's gone down, don't know where it is. Then it was like recovery. Can we find anybody? So it was a different world back then. And we didn't, another thing, there was no such thing as GPS 50 years ago. Think about navigating back then.
Yeah. Oh man. Think about doing anything back then without tech as an aid or a crutch. But, these are seasoned sailors. I mean, the captain knew how to get where he was going. It's just and they had probably some warning around the weather. I remember one time going real hard on this and digging deep to what may have happened and whether they ignored weather forecasts or, there's just always, you see something and you're like, well, we think we can beat it. That still happens today, even when you have accurate forecasts. Oh, I see something coming, but I think I can beat it. That kind of thing. So, I mean, to say this could never happen today, I mean, it could, right? Still that.
Yeah, it could. But I think the ability to communicate information, that was a rapidly changing environment, where things, it was forecasted, but not forecasted to be nearly that strong or nearly that intense. But the ability now to communicate and have information coming in to the ship about whether it's weather radar, whether it's satellite, whether it's updates from the Weather Service, everything back then was either a radio signal or a radio signal or the guys on the shore with the flags, right?
Yeah. Pinafore,
or the flashing lights, it was when you left port, you were accepting what you were going into, and you didn't really have the ability to get anything new except communication between the ships. And that's, part of the story of how they reconstructed the wreck was the communications between the ships around them.
Yeah.
But I do know that one captain of one freighter did decide to take a different route to go around the storm, and they obviously didn't have a problem.
Yeah, ship-to-ship communication is pretty much all you had. And, yeah, a chance to say, we going down is might be all you had. Oh, my goodness. And that just... those witches in November, those cold fronts out of Canada, even when they're not packing a whole lot of moisture, don't need it. Because when they get to the relative warmth still being held by the Great Lakes over the summer, that makes for a nasty combination. And we're seeing it now, as you said, Chicago getting a ton of snow. Not necessarily because the storm is bringing precip with it, is it? It's just cold.
It's lake effect. Yeah, no, it's the Arctic air going over those warm waters. I mean, they're around South Bend, Indiana. A lot of times, South Bend, Indiana is not known for its like lake effect snows, at least throughout the year, like Buffalo. But if the wind direction is just right, this morning, during the day yesterday, we had heavy snow and 50-mile-per-hour winds in northwest Indiana. Coming off the lake. And then, you just don't think about northwest Indiana, but that happens if things are just right. And, like Chicago, it's no fun flying right now. No fun trying to get out of Chicago O'Hare.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're going to see some records tumble as this cold front makes its way to the southeast. As Don said last week, it's getting down there now. And stuff is falling out of trees. What's falling out of trees? The
iguanas. You do not want to loiter underneath a tree in northern Florida here over the next couple of mornings.
No, you don't. But much safer in Wyoming. We felt the fringe of it, but not a bad day today.
No, in fact, we're living the life of Riley, as they say. Next 4 days, very nice November weather. Changes are coming this weekend, late this week, but for most of this week, we've got the only thing you and I can really talk about are shipwrecks. I mean, that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah, reminiscing about 50-year-old shipwrecks because today's weather is golden. Thank you, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast, and we're remembering the 50-year anniversary of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Yes. Don Day recalls it for Zachary Sontag, who wrote up the story. And yeah, the song, there's so much about one shipwreck. I mean, after the Titanic, this is the most notable shipwreck of ever, right? And it's all because of the song. And the song is a classic. The song is golden. Now, you don't see hit songs making the Hot 100 anymore that clock in at 6 minutes. That's truly something of the 1970s. Now, August 76, this song was big hit. Never happen again. The shipwreck will probably never happen again. Neither will a song about a shipwreck clocking in at 6+ minutes ever be a hit. But the song is haunting, and the song is so good for its accuracy. We'll take a quick break and come back. We'll tell you what Gordon Lightfoot, the Canadian singer-songwriter, will tell you how hard he researched and the fact that he himself was a sailor. So he had an intimate knowledge. He brought an authenticity to that whole event. Coming right back after this quick break of the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad!
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Once again, I've made the wrong music bed choice for the story I want to launch into next. This is way too giddy and happy and poppy and bubblegum sugar sweet. We need something foreboding. We need something that feels like the Witch of November. Something that feels like wind in the wire and strong gale blowing. How about... Well, that's not any better. Where is my... I had one really good drama one. I think I might have deleted it from my deal. I think I did. No wonder I don't have... I got one that sounds like something scary is about to happen. And as a DJ, it's important to me to create some kind of mood with the music. But yeah, I don't. Definitely not that. Look, there are 28 sailors died in this event. We can't be having Benny Hill and his sped up video. I don't know. This is going to have to suffice because I don't have my note to self. I'm going to have to download like a scary sounding music bed. Holly comments in on the Facebooks. Holly said, I agree with you. No cussing in the high school sports locker rooms. It's just like OG me. I'm not saying coaches have to be a saint or coaches can't go hard on their players and be demanding for their players. I agree we've gone overboard with everybody gets a participation star. Sports are competitive, and there's nothing wrong with coaching up kids to be competitive. We need more of that. But I think you can go hard, but you've got to draw the line at the cussing. I think that for me, it crosses a line. It doesn't feel right. We were talking about the coach for the Cody Phillies, the coach who coaches the girls basketball team. and what's appropriate, what isn't. Can you post photos of the team in their leisure wear, let's say, on the Facebook? For what reason do you post that? Can you text the kids late at night, even if it's a text about an upcoming game? Can you give your players a shoulder rub, as they sit down at practice and take a break? What's appropriate? What's across the line? I don't think there's a Bible on it. I don't think there's a hard and fast black and white rules, but there's just what passes the eye test and the sniff test. And for me, what does not pass the ear test is a coach that uses bad language, foul, like profanity. You're not allowed to do it during a game. If a coach does that in a basketball game, even directed at no one, or directed at a ref, or directed at his own player, a coach is not allowed to say, "Hey, that's an effing terrible call." You can't say that. You'll get a penalty. You'll get teed up. Any more than you can direct that language to one of your players during a game and have the fans hear it. Like, "What are you effing doing out there? I'm taking you out of the game. You're going to sit for a while." You can't do it. Now you can. I have no problem with you, pulling a kid out of a game after a bonehead play or a bad mistake or whatever, and giving them a little, in front of everyone, giving them a little, "Hey man, you got to wake up. You're going to sit and think about it until I can trust you out on the floor again," if there's a basketball game. But you got to do it all without the F-bombs. You got to do it all clean, because I don't know, just for me, it doesn't sound right. And yes, this is in the sanctity of a locker room, but you have to act as if everyone's watching. That's your moral code. That's the code. You've got to act and speak and conduct yourself, whether no one's watching, whether everyone's watching on the football field, or whether it's just your locker room and your mates. And that's supposed to be your lair. That's supposed to be the place you're safe, but you still have to conduct yourself as if all the parents were there. You still have to adhere to some kind of modicum of, I don't like it. You can't, especially when you're addressing one player. Now, if you were addressing an entire team in a locker room, and as a coach, you let slip, let's say it wasn't your normal thing, but as a coach, let's say you lost the game that you should have won, and it's post game, you're in the locker room with just your boys, and you say, "We played like effing garbage tonight, boys." Okay, I can tolerate that. That's the team in general. You let one F slip. But when you're addressing one particular player, and it's concerning not even their play, but something apparently about their family and whether they want to be on the team, they want play, you're going at one-on-one with one particular player. That raises the level. And for me, that requires you to do that clean. You can't cuss, no profanity. Why is our Zoom room doorbell dinging? Jackson's here. It's early in the morning for Jackson to be awake. Maybe. Okay, so the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, I do want to get to that because the song made the history, did it not? There have been other shipwrecks. In fact, how many? In the story written by Zach Sontag, which features Don Day for its weather element, Don chimes in on what weather can be like in the Great Lakes, whether it's 1975 or 2025. Here it is, the 50th anniversary to the day, and right now you don't want to be sailing on the Great Lakes. Awful weather. The Witch of November's out there right now. John Bacon, author of The Gales of November, the untold story of the Edmund Fitzgerald, which is fascinating reading. He talked to Zach Sontag and he said, hey, let's be honest, without that song, the Gordon Lightfoot song, without that song, I don't think anybody, with the exception of a few insiders, would still remember this shipwreck. Bacon said there were 6,000 shipwrecks in the Great Lakes for the 100-year period from 1875 to 1975. 6,000. How many can you name? One. The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Probably the second most famous shipwreck after the Titanic, says Bacon. Yes, and it's all because of the Canadian singer-songwriter who researched laboriously in order to reconstruct every detail of the story. The lyrics of that song, the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, are fascinating. Go back, kids, if you've never heard the song, listen to that song and read the lyrics. So good. It just tells the story in the spooky way it needs to be told. Unbelievable writing. That was Gordon Lightfoot's masterpiece. If you all get one masterpiece in your life, if it's Britney Spears' Oops, I Did It Again, or Gordon Lightfoot's Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, you get one shot. That's your claim to fame, and that is your legacy for Gordon Lightfoot, Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. You couldn't have gone back and written it or recorded it any better. Jackson Walker up next after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Walker, Wyoming Ranger. It's Jackson Walker on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Jackson, We're talking about the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, and I swear you, Gen Alpha. What are you? You're like...
I believe I'm Gen X.
All right, you Gen Xer. If you say you have not heard that song, this interview's over.
Oh, I've heard it.
Okay.
You forget I'm from Wisconsin, and actually I have grandparents that are they live on Lake Superior. And so, yeah, I've actually been to, museums that have stuff from the wreck. And yeah, I've heard that song a ton. It's a good song. I'm actually kind of jealous I didn't get that assignment, to be honest.
Okay. Wow, this is starting off on a good foot. Yeah. Correct answer. That's what we were looking for. That's a haunting song. 50-year anniversary of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Second most popular shipwreck, right? I mean, after Titanic, the list gets short.
Absolutely. It's I feel like it's permeated so much of the culture in the Midwest too. The idea of like these really tough iron shipping sailors. And when I go home, there's this beer actually that they made inspired by the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald that I always try.
Wow.
And it's so funny. Yeah. So I have plenty of experience in that realm for sure. I'm not completely unaware.
Nice. Okay. I like it. Your story, for whatever it's worth now, if we do indeed get out of this government shutdown, it's looking that way. But we're all backed up with air flights. I mean, to what degree can we get back to normal? I don't know if you know that, but your story about how Wyoming airports say expect to feel a little bit from that government shutdown, the lack of TSA and air traffic guys. If it happens in the big airports, sooner or later it starts funneling down to Wyoming, I would imagine, huh?
Yep. So the FAA and the Department of Transportation are taking steps to limit the amount of domestic flights that are going throughout the U.S. And because of this government shutdown that's going on, there's limited funds going around, and they got to make sure that the TSA agents and the flight controllers are getting paid, or at least getting something for their time. I'm not entirely sure that they're all getting their paychecks anymore. And they're having to kind of do this, to make sure that they're staffing the airports in the right way. So, yeah, this reduction in flights is going to be increasing in the percentage of flights affected throughout the coming days. And the primary airports that are affected, there are about 40 of the biggest airports. And the ones that are closest to us in Wyoming here is obviously the Denver one and the Salt Lake City one. And so any traffic coming into Wyoming from those two airports, which is quite a considerable amount, they're going to most likely feel those impacts. And the thing about Wyoming that's unique is that a lot of our smaller airports.
Uh-oh. Jackson has lost connection with us. That must be his reliable Wi-Fi. And all right, there you are. I lost you.
Back?
Yeah, I lost you for a minute there. Is that on your end?
Oh boy, I'm not sure.
I'm going to blame it on
sabotage me.
I'm going to blame it on your end.
It's our competing news outlets, which I will not name.
Or it could be, government shutdown somehow.
It could be.
We'll blame everything on right now. How about your story about this Cody high school, former high school parent of a kid that was on the basketball team we've been talking about Sam Buck, Cody High School basketball coach for the girls team, the Cody Phillies. And we've been talking about that coach who just got fired from Campbell County. These two coaches in the news. This is not of a list of jobs you don't want in this day and age. It's high school coach. It's so hard to do. You got parents who they're complaining their kid doesn't play enough, plays too much, or isn't used right. It's so difficult to be a coach nowadays, I can imagine, and try to coach kids up. And then when you're a male coach of a girls team, you can also have things that from the outside look inappropriate. Your story, and we have Sam Buck right now who insists that he wants to be transparent about the allegations against him. He wants to be an open book about it. But you got a former Cody High School student saying that she felt creepy interactions with Sam Buck on the basketball team or in class?
Yeah, so that situation, it stems from two different incidents, one from the classroom, one from the team. And yeah, these accusations that are being made are kind of part of a broader issue, as you noted, with this public hearing. The teacher requested to have the termination hearing and to make it public to sort of show to the community that I have nothing to hide. I'm willing to answer any questions, and certainly gave that answer to Cowboy State Daily when we reached out. We currently have a FOIA request, or Freedom of Information Act request, pending with the school because we want to dig into this situation a little bit more. We want to get a hold of some of the minutes from that meeting. We want to get a hold of other materials associated with the investigation, trying to put together a complete picture of what exactly happened here. What information does the school have, and how are they going to make a decision going forward about whether or not this teacher will be employed there?
Yeah, I would like to know, for instance, and this, to be fair, Sam Buck has daughters that play on the volleyball team. One of them is like a standout on the volleyball. So he knows what young ladies are challenged with. He knows how to handle young women, you would think. He's got his own daughters. The late night texts with players, I particularly would like to know of what substance those are. Are those like, don't forget tomorrow to bring your sneakers, or don't forget tomorrow we're going to try that new play? Or are they, what are you wearing right now? Like, I want to know what those texts are. There's what's appropriate, what's not. And if we want to have a fair shake, again, with a coach and a teacher at this day and age is difficult to do. And it only takes one parent, and all of a sudden there's a witch hunt on, and that's not fair either. So yeah, I'll be interested to see what you're able to find out, Jackson.
Yep, and we're going to continue to follow it for sure. This is certainly a developing story here that I've got my eye on.
We're not going to rebuild I-80 anytime soon. Who has the money, man? We're running $600 million in the hole, and to rebuild Interstate 80, which nobody likes where we put it, would cost $1 billion for starters.
Yeah, and that's only one direction. I actually spoke to YDOT. They were saying if we paved it in the other direction, you double that cost. So, a casual $2 billion just for some quick road repavement. But it really puts into perspective here the kind of decisions that YDOT is having to make. Because as you noted, they are facing that $600 million deficit, projected deficit. And to continue to do the work that the department is doing, they have to make these decisions about what kinds of maintenance, what kinds of construction can we handle while we're waiting for the money to come. Because the way that roads work, if you can do small, short-term projects over a period of time to keep the roads in good shape, then you don't have to completely tear it down and start over. But if you allow them to get to that point, allow them to deteriorate, then that's when those massive reconstruction projects have to come in. And so for YDOT to make those decisions, it's really a gamble, because in the short term, it's going to suck up more of their money, but it's going to save us those long-term projects later. And so these are the kinds of decisions that people at YDOT, in charge of YDOT, are having to make on a regular basis, so they keep our roads intact and make sure that we can continue to keep getting where we need to go. Yeah, that agency faced with challenges for sure, and no way to make up the gap, because we don't want a toll and we don't want a tax increase. So, oh man, I feel for YDOT. One more story, Jackson, of yours I thought was very interesting. I'll be really interested to see how it comes out. First reading, and we need 3. Gillette wants to get rid of its hate crime law for different reasons, but I agree that these laws, in my opinion, are not necessary. If stuff is illegal, it's illegal, and it doesn't matter the victim. But interesting. Close vote and not done yet, huh? Yeah, and an important distinction there, that measure is called the malicious harms ordinance, but is sort of taken on this colloquial term as the hate crime ordinance, which has led a lot of people to testify at those public hearings about why they think that it's maybe not an effective ordinance for the city to have. Now, specifically what this piece of, I want to say a law, it's not quite a law, it's an ordinance, but what it does. Yeah, so what this ordinance does is it essentially criminalizes discrimination based on sex or race or anything like that. And it adds heightened punishments. And there's a lot of people in the community that argue that the definition of what this ordinance doesn't necessarily nail down what a supposed hate crime is, and that it almost kind of leaves an ambiguous sort of gray area for the law to be used or the ordinance to be used in a way that some people might consider improper. But the other side of the argument, however, is that this law hasn't been used since it was implemented. And it almost, some people argue, draws attention to the community in a negative way by sort of telling the world that like we have these problems and that we need to criminalize them. And so there's a lot of back and forth, and there's a lot of people speaking out at these public comment sessions in both sides of the issue. And so it's certainly something that throughout the next two readings, we're going to hear a lot of from the community. Obviously, it needs to go through all the way to the third reading in order to get approved. But right now, the council agreed on that first reading to pass it along, which means that they are going to consider removing that ordinance.
Stay on it. I'm interested in that. Both sides have valid arguments. I'll be interested to see where that goes. Thank you, Jackson. Have a great Monday.
See you, Jake.
Time for news. We got to do that now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The head coach of the Campbell County High School football program in Gillette has been terminated days before a playoff game. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the reason for the dismissal of Coach Ora Garst was due to an escalating interaction with a player.
I also was able to obtain at least a partial copy of a recording of the incident, about 25 seconds worth. You can clearly hear him very angry at this player. There are profanities, says something about his family at some point, about the coach, about his own family, presumably something happened, but we don't really know. And you can kind of see in this video that there are other players with their phones out, presumably recording it.
Coach Garst tells Cowboy State Daily that he's contrite about the incident and that he, quote, deserves, unquote, the consequences. Wyoming meteorologist Don Day was living in the Great Lakes when the SS Edmund Fitzgerald sank 50 years ago on November 10th, 1975. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that even though Day was only 8 years old, he vividly recalls hearing the storm bulletins crackle on the radio announcing the Witch of November.
The Witch of November is the storm system that comes in November when cold air from Canada meets the relatively warmer temperatures of the Great Lakes, and it creates a lot of turbulence. But this particular year, they called it the storm of the century because you had an additional front moving up from the plains, and they met right over Lake Superior. They say that sailing on the Great Lakes is actually a lot more dangerous than sailing on the Atlantic or the Pacific Oceans because, among other reasons, the salt water will stretch the waves out. So they occur at a frequency of about 10 to 16 seconds. On the Great Lakes, you get waves every 4 to 8 seconds, and they're nearly as big.
The ship sank and was never seen again, but the tragedy continues to fascinate people because of the Canadian singer-songwriter Gordon Lightfoot, who memorialized the tragedy in the song The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, which was a top 40 hit back in August of 1976. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. President Donald Trump has pardoned Troy Lake, the 65-year-old Wyoming diesel mechanic who spent several months in federal prison for tweaking and removing emission systems on ailing engines. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Lake found out he was pardoned by listening to a voicemail message on his phone.
Troy Lake had been caring for his sick dog, and he was in his kitchen in his home there just outside of Cheyenne, and he noticed he had a voicemail. It was Senator Cynthia Lummis saying that he had received a full and unconditional pardon. He'll no longer be a convicted felon or have to wear an ankle monitor or be on supervised release. It's just a very victorious moment for this family of seeing all the people who had their backs, who cared about their case, really seeing Wyoming go to bat for them.
Lake spent his 40th wedding anniversary and his 65th birthday in prison and tells Cowboy State Daily he believed he'd spend the rest of his life as a convicted felon, unable to vote, hold public office, or possess or hunt with firearms. Wyoming business leaders are saying the effort to bring manufacturing back to the United States is an existential crisis for America and the world. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Wyoming has many advantages that manufacturing companies are looking for.
We have all these resources that we export to other states, and the value is added in other states. The value chain there is huge, and we're missing out on all of it. It's multiple billions of dollars, So if we can do that in Wyoming, we get better sales tax revenue, we have better jobs for people.
Part of a top-to-bottom approach, according to the Wyoming Business Council Executive Director Josh Durrell, is making sure that Wyoming communities are nice places to live, have good schools, and the proper infrastructure to support economic growth. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Hey, D-Mad's with us on a Monday Cowboy State Daily Show. David, how's your day going?
Pretty well.
All right.
Gearing up. New week.
You got to be waxing your skis right about now. You're so excited to ski. I can tell that we see skis start. You're ready to rent your own ski resort, man. I'm both surprised there is something like this, and I'm surprised there's not. Like, being able to rent your own ski resort for a day, it sounds kind of bougie, but the price tag reasonable, especially if you can get a whole mess of your friends. It sounds so cool. You found two places you can do it.
There's more that I left out even. I first heard about it when I lived in Northwest Montana, and folks would rent the Turner ski area. I think that made it into Powder Magazine even. And it's this little community area where every lift tower is named after a business that supported the building of the lift.
Oh, nice.
And so it's really mom and pop. I mean, I went there years ago and bought a burrito for $1.25, and that's never going to happen again at a ski area. And you could actually gauge how expensive a ski area is by how much they charge for a cheeseburger. But so I saw what got me onto this story is that I was just poking around. I was thinking about the start of ski season, and I saw that Pine Creek, did this, and I didn't know much about Pine Creek outside of Cokeville, and they had such a good story that I just kept digging on it, and lo and behold, they're near Saratoga. There's a really ritzy option where you can rent Green Mountain, which is like having your own private Deer Valley or Aspen. And then there's Antelope Butte, which is really making a name for itself as a affordable place to ski. So it was fun to compile that. And it makes you reach out to your friends and find your 50 best friends and rent a ski area, and it'll end up being a pretty affordable lift ticket.
Yeah, or any kind of event that you're organizing, certainly a winter wedding or something where you've got a bunch of guests and you could make it pretty reasonable. You found in the Pine Creek example anyway, like $120 day pass, something like that. I mean, that's way cheaper than other places.
Yeah. I mean, it breaks down to that. You have to organize, take some logistics. You have to get lucky with good snow. That you've got that day. And I mean, I guess that goes for every day of skiing, but maybe some folks will get inspired.
Now, when it comes to, let's see, Pine Creek ski area near Cokeville, how far ahead do you have to book? I'm wondering, because you are powder chasing. You want that perfect day. And also, is that all they do? Are they exclusively open just for this business model?
They're regular. They're actually partially owned by Lincoln County. So it's kind of like it's almost a county park / private enterprise. And so, yeah, you got to book it on the days off. Or come up and just ski for a day. I found that about as cheap as you can get a lift ticket for in Montana in Wyoming is about $54. And so that's your day pass there. And yeah, they promise you won't be distracted by Wi-Fi. That they intentionally do not have Wi-Fi. They're intentionally trying to get us to get away from just sitting there staring at our devices and talk to one another. If you have to get a cell signal, you can go to the top of the mountain. And it sounds like, as far as renting it out, it sounds like they'll work with you if they have availability, up to the last minute. They'll give you some weather consulting,
yeah,
and say, hey, this is the day that we think it's going to be fresh. And that's the anecdote that the article leads with, is that these 4 guys, which sounds like an amazing trip, were just traveling the West chasing powder storms. And they kept calling Pine Creek saying, when's it going to go? When's the big day going to be? And they timed it just right. And there's no better feeling when you wind up at the ski area on the perfect morning.
I imagine. And on your way there, you can be enjoying your Godzilla to go from Lander. That was interesting story. We've all seen probably some retail liquor outfits, whether it's a bar or a drive-through or a convenience store, really pushing the limits as to what's open container, what isn't. If they tape the thing shut, or put tape over your straw, like a lot of people enjoying the sloshies and whatnot. In Lander, though, I guess it's coming to a little bit of a slow boil. Is the police chief there trying to address liquor laws and saying, hey, enough's enough with, if I pull people over and they've got, cups of...
I want to make sure that the folks in Lander, feel like the story's being told accurately, because it's not... We brought those two things together. It was entertaining to learn about the Godzilla, but the Godzilla and the to-go drinks are not the problem in Lander. The problem apparently is 1 or 2 operators that are staying open too late, serving underage, generally creating drunks that then spill out into other bars. And they named names, but because nothing is officially charged, and on paper we didn't name names, but there is one bar that they singled out, our sources, and it had nothing to do with the Godzilla.
Yeah,
and Godzilla is just the fun way into that story, and they have done it for years. I mean, the Godzilla is so old a name that no one can remember where the name came from, and so they have been doing the sealing it just right. With the lid, and I think they do the tape, and then they give you the straw separately, and don't let you put it in the drink. But in the story, the police chief there, and the interim police chief in Lander, recalled another drink whose name I will not say on the radio, that in Sheridan, that was a problem, where it was kind of a joke, where that it was so clearly an open container and no real effort had been made to conceal and keep people from enjoying it as it's intended to be enjoyed responsibly by taking it home or someplace that's not against the law to drink it, like your car. So anyway, yeah, the Lander, I think, stands in for what's going on across Wyoming. We didn't dig into it, but it apparently, in my reporting, I found that Riverton, Rock Springs, Green River, all these communities are reconsidering what their local ordinances say, because cities and towns have a lot of say over how alcohol is consumed in their community. And so anyway, the Lander is grappling with this notion. Do they create a demerit system where, alcohol licensees are worried that it'll be easier for them to lose this really valuable piece of their business? Like the grocery store, Mr. D said, we would not exist without our liquor store. And so if my brand new employee screws up, will it put the whole business, by selling to an underage person, would it put this whole business at risk? When the real problem is, why don't you just zero in on the problem child business in town instead of making it hard on all of us? And so they're still having that debate. We'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah, we're talking to David Madison, and regarding this story over the weekend, in Lander, Mayor Missy White, Interim Police Chief Kelly Waugh are trying to wrestle with how do you deal with that one bad actor, that one place that just really flaunts it or does not, they're doing things wrong. And that, that's the story for Lander. The overarching issues are, who's doing legally drinks to go, and how do you do that legally, and is there tolerance for that across the state? And then you also point out that, some of these issues aren't barely issues anymore. We don't drink anymore. Like the most consumed alcohol is like a high noon, and I learned about the zebra drinking or whatever that, like I never heard of that.
Striping. I had never heard of that either, Jake.
So
that's a trend where I guess folks that are 10, 20 years younger than us, they'll have a non-alcoholic, then they'll have an alcoholic, or a Coke and then a rum and Coke. And the idea being that you can stay social and have a drink in your hand but not get hammered. And that younger generations are drinking less, I guess, is encouraging news. I know that all kinds of public health stuff stems from how much we drink. But a lot of us might be nostalgic for the days when people ran tabs and hit happy hour. And in speaking with Mike Mosier there at the Liquor Association, he seemed to be nostalgic for how different things are from his generation. I was interested. I still haven't ever had a high noon.
Yeah, me neither.
But that's the number one selling beverage right now. And I guess the way that Mosier explained that is that it's made with vodka, which I think has a lower calorie count than the malted prepared drinks like White Claw, and they're not cheap is what one bartender told me. So fewer, higher quality, lower calorie drinks might be the trend that he noticed. It's folks are drinking less, but the problems persist with a few businesses, it sounds like.
David, I want to hit a couple more of your stories because there's so many, so good. For the Perry, the failed racer, Perry, the thoroughbred that would never run, never had a chance to run, never really made its fame on the racetrack, but may make its fame in medical research in the future, stem cell stuff. Tell us about Perrier.
So Perrier was born in Texas. One source described it as a factory farm. I mean, I'm not sure if that's accurate, but a place that aspired to turn this quarter horse into a racehorse. And from a very early age, they realized that he didn't have the physical traits to serve the purpose that they had bred him for. And so he got put into the network of auctions and winds up as a research animal at Colorado State University, right as a team in the University of Wyoming need a donor horse for stem cells. And, stem cells are these cells you pull out of the bone marrow, and they can help with regenerative medicine, where you basically stimulate a body to replace damaged or missing cells. And so now Perry's legacy, if all goes as planned, and it's still in the approval process, but it all goes as planned, some really common tendon and ligament ailments that horses suffer from, they'll be injected with some of Perry's stem cells and basically regenerate torn tendon. And so he will be the base material. His stem cells will be the base material that, not only could heal thousands of horses, but maybe even Perry himself as he gets older. He's now, I love the story because it's here's a kind of a washed out horse who knows what's going to happen to him. He not only serves his fellow horses by being this donor, and it wasn't easy. You've got to get sedated, and he went through some trials on his own. But the vet tech there at Colorado State just fell in love with him because he's such a sweetheart, and she adopted him. And now he's living out his life, and he's available if they need more stem cells. But he donated enough, according to the folks I spoke to, for something like $60 million worth of treatments. And each treatment's around $6,000 to $9,000. So I can't do the math in my head, but it's a lot. And so good for Perry. He's a beautiful horse, great disposition. And, who doesn't love a great comeback story?
Yeah, this guinea pig thoroughbred, I called him, or guinea pig quarter horse, I called him a thoroughbred accidentally. Natalie Lombard, the veterinary tech, the vet tech, I assume is the hands-on when it comes to extracting bone marrow, and she's noticed his demeanor, and she's like, this horse is up for anything. I got to say, this horse is a hero. So she goes and adopts him, and we're going to find out if he's up for being a saddle horse. He's never been ridden, this failed racehorse.
Never been ridden. But that's happening soon. Yeah, she's making progress.
Oh, good. Well, that's a great story, David. I love talking to Carl Beyer. Thanks for writing that story, turning us on to Carl. He's so cool. What a career. Goes from Powell, just a Powell kid who grew up as Powell and graduated from as a Panther, and goes to college for making movies. He's had that mom and dad that instilled that in him. And then he goes out to Hollywood, line producer and other chores in some big Hollywood movies, some music videos and commercials. The guy's done it all and wants to share what he knows now. It's pretty neat. I'm excited to see Reykjavik, the latest he's worked on.
Yeah, that's a fascinating story. The Reagan and Gorbachev meet in 1984, 86, I can't remember, in Reykjavik, Iceland. And they go back and they shoot the film in the exact same room.
Yeah.
In the exact same chair. It's the same table. And so, his job, Beyer's job, is to basically do all the unglamorous behind the scenes, financial, administrative, management work to make sure that creative decision can be executed. And I think that's his superpower. He does all the stuff that doesn't catch the spotlight, doesn't make a red carpet moment, but really, is essential. And he's teamed up with, one of the sources I quoted there, John Pearson, I believe is his name. He used to work at Teton Gravity Research there in Jackson, and is teamed up with Carl as a producer as well. And so we got two Wyoming guys, on Reykjavik, and they have a bunch of stuff in development. So stay tuned. There'll be more coming down the pike.
It is John Pearson from TJR. I'm guessing Reykjavik did probably not go over budget, thanks to Carl Beyer. He did explain his role as sort of the go-between between a creative director who wants to do everything, and the executive producer said, man, you're burning through money. It's up to him to make sure things go smoothly. I asked him, I'm like, is that, your skill set? You went to, you thought you'd be a cameraman. Are you good? The Excel spreadsheet, is that your thing? And he said, nope. But he's learned to become one of the best at doing that, a line producer in Hollywood.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he went on his first few shoots. He could see that there was at least one guy that seemed to be in charge, and it was often the line producer who could tell people what to do. And he thought, that seems appealing to me.
Right.
Yeah, it is. It's these soft skills, right? These the ability to not insult a creative, by saying no, but also being able to, at the end of the day, congratulate everyone for staying on budget.
That's pretty neat. I talked to a guest that I booked who is kind of fit hand in glove with your story about Wyoming's artificial intelligence challenge, AI, make AI work for us, not the other way around. And I talked to a guy who said it's going to be up to that Gen Alpha, the current Generation Alpha, those kids that can't sit still in school right now. It's them that are going to be the ones who will make sure that AI is our slave, not the other way around. It's really incredible. When any story you're talking about artificial intelligence, that's where we're going. And Wyoming's on the forefront. And good story, David.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I guess that will exhaust our time with you. You got to go to a meeting.
I got to get to our morning editorial meeting.
I hear you.
Yeah,
man.
Thanks. And let it snow.
Have a great Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show. David Madison pops on. He's got a ton of stories. You got to read them all. They're all fantastic. We'll take a quick break. Come back with more here on hour 3 of the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday edition.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Checking out our listener feedback from this morning of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Rob says, I need a producer. I definitely do. Producer, engineer. I need all kinds of professional talent. But we're trying to stay on budget. Holly says, I agree, no cussing in the locker room, high school locker room. We're talking about that coach from the Campbell County Camels that was terminated mid-season. In fact, right there in the middle of the playoffs, fired for a profanity-laced tirade against a player that was recorded in the locker room. Some people, I noticed on that story, some people were commenting they got sidetracked, I think. They're like, well, what are you doing recording? I didn't know you could have a phone in the locker room. I think that's beside the point. I don't know if you can have a phone in the locker room. You can record a conversation in the state of Wyoming without party consent, without two-party consent. I know that. You can, if you want to wear a wire, so to speak, and record a phone conversation or the conversation with somebody in the state of Wyoming. There are some states where you have to inform the person being recorded that they're being recorded. That is not the case in Wyoming. You can record your conversation with somebody in this state without their knowledge or consent. So that argument's out the window. I don't know if it's appropriate to have phones in the locker room. Some people, that's just a distraction. You're off on a side quest, man. What we're asking is if it's okay for a coach at the high school level with teenagers, high school kids, is it okay for a coach to cuss at his players when addressing them, to use profanity, to use language? And many, many, many people commenting on the story said, yes, that's okay. That's the way kids talk nowadays. Basically what everybody's saying. Kids you're going to hear that language in the locker room all day long, said many people. They didn't have a problem with it. I don't mind coming to the defense of a coach. I think obviously the numbers speak for themselves. His record speaks for himself. He's turned that program around. Did he do it just by using the F word? I imagine it took a lot more than that to get the Camels to start playing good football. So he's obviously a good coach. He's reached these kids. He's turned the program around. He's done a lot of positives. And he says out of character, one incident where he lost his cool, went off and used profanity. And the coach said, I should not have done that. And many people are saying it's okay to do that, except for me and Holly and Craig. Craig writes in on the Facebook, coach should stay professional. Would we tolerate an English teacher speaking that way? Both are instructors. Good point. We have to make the distinction between what's okay. A school district does. A school district has to say what's okay in the classroom addressing high school kids. Could an English teacher say, why can't you memorize this effing Shakespeare line? What's wrong with you? If you said that in an English class, yeah, that probably wouldn't go over. You wouldn't have a job for very long. I'm trying to think of ways where you could just profane great works of literature. This effing Shakespeare, all he ever talked about was, yeah, you can't do that in the classroom. So, but can you do it in a locker room? Is that a different environment? Are you held to a different standard in a locker room in high school coaching a team than you are in the classroom as a teacher? I don't see a distinction. I think you have to both require a different skill set, require different approaches, but I don't think either is an appropriate place to drop F-bombs in front of high school kids. I just don't. Neither Holly, Craig, and I are the only ones, I guess, in the world that think it's okay. I think it's not okay to cuss at high school kids. What else did I want to get to? Oh, yeah, the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. 50-year anniversary, the story by Zachary Sontag. Fantastic. And I think the very opening line of this song, the very first, the lyrics of this song are so good. Gordon Lightfoot, 1976. And there's so much there. He as a singer-songwriter, today's songs are like 2 minutes of some heavy bass drum and then nonsensical lyrics over the top of it. Well, lots of F-bombs. Holy cow, more than a high school football coach could ever drop. That's today's music. Back in the 70s, you got a 6-minute song that tells a story like no other. And I love just the very beginning of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, the Gordon Lightfoot song. The legend lives on from the Chippewa on down of the big lake they call Gitche Gumee. And I wondered who named that. Is Lake Superior, was it known by natives, by Indians, as Gitche Gumee? And it was. That is an old name from the Ojibwe tribe, and it translates to Great Sea or Big Water. And it was not the first time it was recognized by a whitey. I mean, the Ojibwe had called it Gitche Gumee for who knows, untold decades or centuries. And then before it was noted in the song by Gordon Lightfoot, it was in a poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, 1855. He also referred to Lake Superior as Gitche Gumee. So, I mean, just right there, a history lesson in the first sentence of the song, in the very first lyric in the opening. You learn something right off the bat. Incredible song. If not for the song, yes, nobody would make note of the sinking of this ship, because as Zachary Sontag points out in the article, he talked to John Bacon, author of The Gales of November, the untold story of the Edmund Fitzgerald. So perhaps other than Gordon Lightfoot, there are few people who know everything to know about the Edmund Fitzgerald. One of them is the guy who wrote the book, John Bacon. And Bacon said, let's be honest, without that song, I don't think anybody, with the exception of the insiders, would still remember this shipwreck. After all, Bacon noted, there were 6,000 shipwrecks in the Great Lakes for that 100-year period between 1875 and 1975. Most people can name one, the Edmund Fitzgerald. Perhaps he said it's probably the second most famous shipwreck in the world next to the Titanic. Yeah, I don't know of any other shipwrecks. That's it. The Hindenburg, but that wasn't in the water. Of the ship sinkings that were notable, there's the Titanic, the Edmund Fitzgerald, and all the rest that nobody wrote a song about. Yeah, it's all Gordon Lightfoot's song that made that made it even a reason we're talking about it today. 50 years later, the 50-year anniversary of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. The story dropped in Cowboy State Daily, Zachary Sontag, and includes Don Day talking about the weather phenomena of the Great Lakes. Whenever the cold fronts from Canada blow over the relatively warm water of the Great Lakes, still warm from the summer, bad things happen. The Witch of November. And yeah, it creates some serious weather, and it's going on right now. I mean, perfect. The anniversary of this Ship sinking is, we're seeing it play out in weather right now in the Great Lakes. Chicago, what did they end up getting? Chicago was braced for like 10 inches, 3 inches an hour of snow, faster than the snowplows can keep up. They got blasted. And then that weather front continues to move down through Indiana and is headed for the southeast, where you can expect record cold, a lot of record low highs are going to tumble by the time this cold front gets down to Georgia, Florida area. Yeah, great story. And just anytime you get to reminisce with a great song and a great piece of history, it's pretty neat. Just talking about that story with David Madison about the racehorse. That's a cool story. I urge readers to go back and check out if you haven't read it. From failed racehorse to medical pioneer, how Perrier found his calling saving other horses. This one-time promising quarter horse looked like he was going to be the next racing horse we'd all be talking about, but he never did measure up. There was something about him, says Ben Noren. He's the founder of Cell Drop Biosciences, which is the company that's using stem cell research to help other horses, to help horses deal with injuries. Ben Noren said he was a failed racehorse. As a foal, he weeded out because he just wasn't as big and strong as other horses, didn't have the right body type. It was obvious from the beginning that this hopeful quarter horse racehorse would be something, but he wasn't, never was. In fact, never was saddled, never was ridden. And now he makes his way through a series of fortunate, I guess, occurrences. His name, Perry for short, finds himself in the hands of Noren, and then Natalie Lombard, a vet surgical tech at CSU, where, you know, that is the class of the league when it comes to veterinary school. At Colorado State University, she decides to bring Perrier home and she tries successfully to extract cells from his bone marrow. And David was telling us about that procedure, which is not very fun for the horse, but credit Perry. He withstood not only 1, but 2 sessions of bone marrow extraction, once when he was an 18-month-old. And then 6 months later, at 2 years old, he went through another bone marrow extraction. And the vet tech Lombard said he's a very sweet boy. He's been super willing to do whatever we ask of him. And he's been very understanding, very willing. In fact, she took such a liking to this horse. She adopted him, brought him home to her place, and she's teaching him now how to be a saddle horse. He's never been ridden. She brought him home to her property in Loveland, Colorado, where Perry, the horse that donated some crucial stem cells for stem cell research, perhaps can go on to make his fame, not on the racetrack, but in the operating room, I guess, in medical science. Cool story. Cell Drop is the company based in, I think Cell Drop's UW. They work with UW, right? Yeah, University of Wyoming spin-off company developing next-generation stem cell therapies. Cell Drop Biosciences and Perry, the failed racehorse, maybe making history down there in Colorado State University. Hope so. And I hope that story turns out for both horse and other horses who could benefit from stem cell research breakthroughs. Great story from David Madison. Let's take a quick break, last break this hour, and we'll be back with more stories from the Cowboy State Daily Show right after these.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Monday, November 10. President Trump got a rude welcoming at the Washington Redskins football game. I know they're the Commanders now. The president went to the football game, Detroit Lions versus the Washington Commanders. It was in Washington, the stadium in Maryland would be considered the hometown, I guess, of government, federal government. So can you imagine if Trump went to the Detroit Lions, if the game was played in Detroit, Michigan, where they are way liberal? Detroit, Dearborn, Michigan has practically become headquarters for jihadists. I mean, it is primarily Muslim. I think it's predominantly Muslim city council. There are the largest concentration of mosques are in Michigan. Michigan, the state, has attracted a high percentage population of Arab speaking or Arabic or Muslim, basically Muslim believers, the Muslim faith. So much so, I was listening to a story on the radio, like regular radio, just like what we do. And I heard at a recent Dearborn City Council meeting, a Christian pastor came to speak at a meeting, and he wanted to speak out against some ordinance. I think the Dearborn City Council had a proclamation honoring this dude, and this dude happened to be Muslim, and he happened to have had a history where he had called for the extermination of Israel. He had called for, bringing Zion down. All these things that you would think are pretty un-American. Yet they were the city council in Dearborn wanted to honor him with this proclamation. So a Christian pastor came and used the public comment period to speak out again. He's like, you shouldn't be doing this. This guy is a bad guy. And then he was interrupted. He was shouted down by the city council and invited to leave the meeting. Get out, is what the city council told him. This is America. This is Dearborn. This is where Ford was invented. I mean, you don't get much more apple pie in American than Ford. Well, you do. There's Chevy, apple pie, Chevrolet. But this is the one-time headquarters of Ford. Henry Ford made Dearborn the bastion of all things American. And now, look at it today, and it's basically the headquarters for a Muslim movement that we're seeing in the U.S. Not that there's nothing against that religion. You follow the beat of your own drum. You follow the call of your own God, how you see fit. I just find it surprising that Dearborn, in a relatively short amount of time, has tipped from founding father Christianity to primarily Muslim population, or at least representation at the city council level. Pretty shocking, honestly. So can you imagine the Trump welcoming, if this was a game in Detroit, Michigan, if the Lions and Commanders were playing in Detroit and he went, oh man, the boos would be bad, but I don't know if they could be much worse than they were when Trump appeared on the Jumbotron and was booed soundly. And I have the video. I can't make out what Trump is trying to say in this in his statement. I can't figure out what he's saying, and it doesn't even matter. As soon as the fans at the Washington Commanders field, I don't know what the name of the field is today, whatever company decided to throw a lot of money at the Washington football team. But as soon as he appears on the Jumbotron, people are booing, like right off the bat. Here's Trump. Yeah, I mean, that is booze. That's not left to interpretation. That's not a mix of cheers and jeers. That is flat out booze. And I don't even know what Trump's talking about. He's reading from some kind of notebook, and he's just booed badly. And yeah, and that's not the first time he's appeared. Of course, total different when he appeared in that pre-recorded message on the Jumbotron in Laramie. Much different. He was soundly cheered in Laramie, Wyoming, when he appeared on the Jumbotron for the border war. He talked in a pre-recorded message from the Oval Office. As soon as he appeared on the Jumbotron, it was nothing but cheers where, he goes over in Wyoming. But Trump booed at Commanders Stadium there in Landover, Maryland. He was also booed pretty soundly at the U.S. Open men's single final back in September. He appeared at a Yankees game in September and was booed pretty hard. Of course, that's New York. And earlier this year was booed at a FIFA World Cup final in July. So there's probably not too many places where he could safely appear and expect cheering. I don't think he was expected to be cheered at the Washington Commander game. After all, the only thing Trump has ever had to say about his hometown football team, and I say hometown because that, Washington Commanders play football right there in Maryland, but in the D.C. area. The only thing Trump's had to say about Washington is they should change their name back to Redskins, and he left no wiggle room there. He just flat out said that he could not support the Washington football team as long as they were going to be the Commanders. He said, that's stupid. They should be the Redskins. So, yeah, when the guy appears at a Washington football game, I don't think he was expecting to hear cheers. Really, not going to happen. One half of that singing group, Milli Vanilli, just received a Grammy nomination. And it's not for singing, as we found out many years ago. Milli Vanilli, 35 years ago. Where were you when? Remember Milli Vanilli? That was the duo that I think they were together romantically. I'm not sure, but I think they were. It doesn't matter. They had a hit song. I can't even remember what it was. Do you remember what? Girl, You Know It's True. The German R&B duo took the world by storm back in the 1980s. MTV was in all its glory, and they had hits, Girl, You Know It's True, and Blame It on the Rain. But everything came crashing down when it was revealed, shocker, they did not sing on the original recording. They had stand-ins. They had somebody else sing. And I think that became evident when they tried to appear live anywhere and they were caught lip syncing and the whole thing blew up. And in fact, they won a Grammy Award, right? They won the Recording Academy revoked their Best New Artist Award in 1990. The first and only time in history the Recording Academy has revoked an award. And all because they were caught lip syncing. They didn't really sing. So People magazine is reporting now that Fab Morvan, who is one half of Milli Vanilli, the other guy is dead. He dead from a drug overdose, could have been intentional. I'm not sure. He was found dead at the age of, I think, 33 years ago in a hotel room. So he's gone. But the remaining half of the duo, Milli Vanilli, is Fab Morvan, and he just released a book, his memoir, and it's called You Know It's True, The Real Story of Milli Vanilli, and he's up for the best audiobook, narration, and storytelling recording for his memoir. I did listen, and now I wondered, obviously the first question is, if you're up for a Grammy nomination for the best audiobook in the category of narration and storytelling, my first question is, did he really narrate it? Or did somebody else? And I can only assume this is really Fab Morvan, because the narration, the audiobook, if you go listen to it, is kind of hard to listen to. He's got a real, I'm assuming it's a German accent, although I think he was born in Paris. But it's hard to listen to him narrate. He's got a distinct speaking style. He's got a distinct accent that makes it difficult to understand him. Here's a little bit of it.
Robert, I wish you were here so we could share this exchange in person, face to face. like we used to when we still believed the world was ours for the taking. But I know your presence hasn't left me.
He's
Not
talking
really.
to...
I feel it in unexpected still moments in the making of this book.
Yeah, he's talking about his other partner in Milli Vanilli, who is gone, the deceased member of Milli, and that's how he opens the book. And it's getting rave reviews, 4.8 stars on the Amazons. You can buy it in the paperback edition. You can buy it in the Kindle, but if you buy it in the audio, you can listen to presumably the actual voice of Fab Morvan, although with Milli Vanilli, you never know. And I would assume that really is Fab, because if you went and hired a guy who talks with that kind of an accent, you'd be going out of your way. I don't know. I'm going to assume that really is Fab. He's up for a Grammy 35 years after the song that wasn't really theirs. Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to wrap things up for this hour. We'll be back with, I think Mac Watson will be coming on. We'll talk a little bit of sports and, I don't know, all kinds of nonsense. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network keeps moving. Final hour coming up after top of the hour news for our radio affiliates.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. President Donald Trump has pardoned Troy Lake, the 65-year-old Wyoming diesel mechanic who spent 7 months in federal prison for tweaking and removing emission systems on ailing engines. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Lake found out he was pardoned by listening to a voicemail message on his phone.
Troy Lake had been caring for his sick dog, and he was in his kitchen in his home there just outside of Cheyenne, and he noticed he had a voicemail. It was Senator Cynthia Lummis saying that he had received a full and unconditional pardon. He'll no longer be a convicted felon or have to wear an ankle monitor or be on supervised release. It was just a very victorious moment for this family.
Lake spent his 40th wedding anniversary and his 65th birthday in prison and tells Cowboy State Daily he believed he'd spend the rest of his life as a convicted felon, unable to vote, hold public office, or possess or hunt with firearms. Wyoming business leaders are saying the effort to bring manufacturing back to the United States is an existential crisis for America and the world. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Wyoming has many advantages that manufacturing companies are looking for.
We have all these resources that we export to other states, and the value is added in other states. The value chain there is huge, and we're missing out on all of it. So if we can do that in Wyoming, we get better sales tax revenue, we have better jobs for people. Wyoming officials are always trying to chase more diversity in the economy, get some of these value-added things in Wyoming, and then we're not so dependent on what the commodity market is doing.
Part of the top-to-bottom approach, according to the Wyoming Business Council's executive director, Josh Durrell, is making sure that Wyoming communities are nice places to live, have good schools, and the proper infrastructure to support economic growth. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Justin Harris was a developmentally disabled Casper teen who vanished from a group home in 2004. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the Casper PD has put fresh eyes on the unsolved case, and that's giving hope to Justin's family after 21 years of unanswered questions.
A new detective took over the case in 2025, looked back at that information, so it's technically new information derived in 2011. New technology and forensic capabilities have significantly advanced. So those capabilities were not around in 2011 when this information was derived from these suspects in the subsequent follow-up interviews.
Harris was 13 years old when he disappeared from a Casper group home after staff found his bed stuffed with clothing as if he were in bed sleeping. Police believe the teen was either abducted or was aided in his escape. If there's one lesson to be taken away from a Uintah County family's successful mule deer hunting season, it's that putting in the work scouting an area ahead of time can pay off big. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that all 5 members of the Hansen family bagged huge bucks because of their tenacity and preparation.
The Hansen family, they actually have 5 sons, but 2 are grown up and moved away. So they've got 3 sons ranging from 17 to 13 that still live at home. So all 5 members of the current household, the mom, the dad, and the 3 younger sons, went out mule deer hunting in an area there in southwest Wyoming, in the Uintah County area, and they all 5 ended up getting really nice big mule deer buck. There is an element of luck involved in just being tenacious, just not giving up when you're out in the field. But they also credited that what they did before the season, like over the summer, and they went into that area, spent a lot of time in there beforehand, scouting it out, hiking around, checking things out, seeing where the deer were, watching the deer's pattern of movement. So they kind of had it. They weren't just going in there blind. They kind of knew the lay of the land, and they had a lot of knowledge beforehand.
Jeanette Hansen tells Cowboy State Daily that she's immensely proud of her family's hunting accomplishment, and she doesn't take living in Wyoming for granted. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it.
Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
It's so good to have you along with us on this Monday, November 10. We're going to find out what things happened this day in history. Just a moment. First, recapping our top stories of the day. One of them is the Wyoming diesel mechanic, Troy Lake, who received word on Friday that President Donald Trump had granted him a pardon. He's not the only one to get pardoned by Trump, by the way. President Trump's been busy with the pardon pen. He also pardoned former New York Met Darryl Strawberry. And most recently, Rudy Giuliani, former mayor of New York City, Attorney General Giuliani. His being implicated in the 2020 election fraud thing. I don't know. I wasn't following that closely, but Giuliani received a pardon along with a whole bunch of others involved in the 2020 election fraud business. Yeah, President Trump pardoned a whole bunch of people, but they must go in cycles where, they just start shoving papers in front of the president saying, here's all the guys you wanted to pardon, and he just signs them all in one shot. Troy Lake received word, and I think Darryl Strawberry, by the way, got his own personal phone call from Trump. Not so with Troy Lake, but Troy Lake did get a phone call from Cynthia Lummis, Senator Lummis. Let me check that. I wanted to say that Trump called Strawberry personally. Strawberry was in trouble for tax evasion back in 1995. I think he just did not even report a whole mess of income, which is, I don't know who his financial advisor was, but dude, you're kind of high profile. The New York Mets are paying you millions of dollars to play baseball. I think it's pretty well known that, what your salary is from the Mets. You should probably report that. Trump pardons ex-MLB star Strawberry, who, Strawberry, tax evasion, and then throw in some drug charges. 1983 National League Rookie of the Year. Big-time career with the Mets. 8-time All-Star. He has since embraced the Christian faith, his long-time sobriety at this point. So he's turned his life around, and President Trump pardoned him. The White House officials said Trump approved the pardon for Strawberry, but maybe I'm remembering it wrong. I thought that Strawberry got a phone call from Trump himself. Strawberry described being home Thursday afternoon, caring for his wife who's recovering from surgery. My phone kept ringing relentlessly, Strawberry said. He was half asleep, glanced and saw the call was from the Washington, D.C. area. He was curious enough to answer. And the lady on the line said, Daryl Strawberry, you have a call from the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Ooh. Oh, he did speak to the president. He said he put it on speaker so his wife could hear. President Trump got on the line and spoke warmly about my baseball days in New York City, praising me as one of the greatest players of the 1980s. And celebrating the Mets. Yeah, so Trump was invested enough in the Strawberry issue. Obviously, President Trump, a New Yorker at that time, he probably grew up a fan of, hopefully not the Mets. But yeah, he made the personal phone call to Daryl Strawberry. That's pretty cool. ESPN reporting that. Meanwhile, our own Claire McFarland reporting that Troy Lake received the phone call from Senator Cynthia Lummis, who has been particularly in his corner regarding his prison record. Troy Lake, the 65-year-old Wyoming diesel mechanic, spent 7 months in federal prison, missed his anniversary. No great loss for most husbands, if they can even remember the anniversary. I'm just kidding. He missed his anniversary and his own birthday. He had a lot of people in his corner advocating for his pardon, because when you think about the offense, it so symbolizes government overreach, doesn't it? And boy, Representative Harriet Hageman has been really staunchly opposed to government overreach whenever she finds it. Cynthia Lummis as well from the Senate side. And U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis found out about the Troy Lake case and his whole thing, and she's like, this isn't right. This is the EPA weaponizing a emissions control and coming down hard on this mechanic who, and Cynthia Lummis said all this mechanic was doing was trying to make school buses run correctly and safely in a Wyoming winter. As soon as the EPA mandated this emissions device on diesel vehicles, almost immediately, diesel vehicles started breaking down, like brand new diesel trucks. Trucking companies and buses and whatever. And these trucking companies and other just owners of vehicles, they started to hear through the grapevine that there was this guy in Wyoming who could get around this stupid EPA mandate that required basically that diesel trucks eat their own exhaust or recirculate exhaust in order to clean it up. Well, the problem, can you imagine the problem with any vehicle that's mandated to swallow its own exhaust for a second time? Yeah, that's probably not good. It's also not good to pump that out into the planet, says the EPA. But at what cost are we trying to make a sustainable Earth and not kill the ozone layer and all this stuff? At what cost? So, yeah, Troy Lake was breaking the law. He was breaking the federal law about the EPA, but he received no notice like, we're watching you, stop doing that. He said just one day they stormed into his garage. They being like heavily armed SWAT team from the EPA. They took a bunch of his records. They took, a lot of his paperwork and then left. It's not like they took him away in handcuffs. They raided his garage, took a bunch of evidence, and then later came to arrest him and put him in prison. And there a lot of people saying that's just government overreach. That is not what the EPA is supposed to be doing. Troy's wife, Holly, and others reached out to Cowboy State Daily. We wrote a story. We were probably the first news media to write a story about Troy Lake. First, I think Cowboy State Daily was first to bring it to anyone's attention outside of Cheyenne. And then others started getting involved. Jeff Doherty, Cheyenne-based political consultant, family friend, took up the cause of the Lakes for free because he saw Troy's prosecution as unjust. Jeff called me. Jeff texted me. He said, I got a story for you. And I heard it, and I said, yeah, this sounds like a story. And I said, go, talk to Claire McFarland. Claire has been following it since day one. Not long after Wyoming House Speaker Chip Nyman and other state representatives rallied to the cause of Troy Lake, they wrote a letter to D.C., and they wrote a letter to the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin saying that this is wrong, this is unjust, this is overreach. Finally, it lands in the office of Cynthia Lummis, U.S. Senator, and she personally asked President Trump, please pardon this guy. This is not right. And it was U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis that was the one to give Troy Lake the news. She made a phone call to the Lake residents. Troy was busy, I guess, walking the dog when the call came in. So we do have the recording. I guess it's good that he missed the phone call because he missed the phone call, we do get the recording from Cynthia Lummis. And where did I put that? I wanted to play exactly what that sounded like. This is U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis calling Troy Lake at home to tell him he is no longer a convicted felon.
Holly, this is Cynthia Lummis calling from Washington to congratulate Troy on his full and complete and unconditional pardon. It's overdue. The fact that pardon was needed was shocking in and of itself. But I just wanted to call and let him know, and you know, how very sorry I am that this even happened to you guys, but how delighted I am that the pardon has come through from President Trump. So enjoy your day, enjoy your days to come. I left a message for Troy on his phone, so please ask him to listen to it.
How nice of Senator Lummis How nice of President Trump to do the right thing here. And Troy Lake is pardoned now. He doesn't have to wear that ankle monitor. He is no longer considered to have a felony record. And I think everybody can agree that's good news. He's not the only diesel mechanic, by the way, that got in trouble for finding a way around the EPA emissions mandate. There were others who were in trouble for similarly. Nobody who was sent to prison, however. Fines, yes. Other mechanics have been fined, but yeah, Troy Lake became the poster child of that whole thing. And yeah, he did 7 months in federal prison where he, guess what, worked in the mechanic shop. He was the best diesel mechanic they had at the prison. They were probably sorry to see him go. So that's good news and a real good story with a positive ending. I want to do this day in history when we come back. Let's take a quick break. I'll come right back with the things that happened on this day, November 10th, right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Well, don't look now. It's November 10th. These things happened on this day in history, going back to 1833. Thomas Moonlight was born on this day in Forfarshire, Scotland. Moonlight would be appointed territorial governor of Wyoming in 1886. A Scotlander. Territorial governor of Wyoming. Born this day in 1833. Happy birthday, Mr. Moonlight. Governor Moonlight. 1882 this day, Frank Barrett was born in Omaha, Nebraska. He served in the Balloon Corps of World War I, and I will drill down on that in a minute because that is truly lunacy. To be a balloonatic in World War I and survive, oh man, that alone is hats off Frank Barrett. He would move to Lusk, Wyoming in 1919 and become a U.S. representative, a U.S. senator representing the great state of Wyoming, and then went on to be the 21st governor of Wyoming, Frank Barrett. I'm impressed just for the fact that he was a balloonatic, they called him, during World War I, the Balloon Corps. And this is from ChatGPT, so take it for what it's worth. The Balloon Corps was a crucial part of military intelligence and artillery operations, using tethered observation balloons to scout enemy positions, direct artillery fire, and provide early warnings. Balloon observers, known as balloonatics, were in dangerous positions. I'll say you're floating in a balloon and you don't even have the ability to move around like the Hindu, like you're tethered to the ground, floating in the air, floating in a balloon. If the enemy finds you there floating around, giving away their location via radio, you're a sitting duck, right? Oh man. I didn't know there was such a thing. World War I balloonatics, and one of them was Frank Barrett. You can have that job, Frank. Born on this day in history, 1882. 1888, a pipeline for the conveyance of oil from Casper to Omaha, Nebraska was proposed. Don't know if it was ever built. Sorry, I don't know. 1907, fire destroys the area north of Bighorn Avenue in Worland, like the whole block of Bighorn Avenue, the north part of the block in Worland, completely destroyed by fire. 1907 this day. Other disasters, 1943 this day, explosion at the Sinclair refinery in Sinclair, Wyoming, renamed from its original name, Parco, killed or injured 5, rather, not killed. Explosion at Sinclair, 1943, injures 5. It was this day the official shuttering of Hart Mountain, the internment center. 1945, this day it closed. I think a good follow, I'm sure it's been done, but I would be interested in a follow-up as to what happened to the Japanese interred at Hart Mountain who may have had trouble reassimilating into the U.S., going back. I mean, I heard some stories of Japanese that were plucked from, a successful business and a loving family in California. They were taken during World War II and sent to Hart Mountain, and then once released on this day, November 10th, 1945, went back to their life. But what if you had no life to go back to at that point? What if you were just a regular solo, no family, no nothing? Or what if the life you knew was no longer there, was gone? Like, what became of Japanese when they were told, okay, you're out on this day, November 10th, with a Wyoming winter coming on? Like, were they even given a bus pass? Were they, I know some of them went to nearby communities and started life in Wyoming. But yeah, I'd be interested in what reparations, what was made available to those that were in the Heart Mountain Internment Center when it closed, when it shut down this day, 1945, and Japanese were released. To what? I'll bet there's been follow-up books and studies and stories somewhere. This day, 1969, Judge Ewing T. Kerr heard testimony in the action brought in support of the Black 14. The court took the matter under advisement. At this point, the Black 14, the story about the University of Wyoming, has been well told. But it's this day in 1969 that Judge Kerr heard testimony in the action. This day, 1978, the Mormon Pioneer National Historic Trail was established. And on November 10th, 1997, the Wyoming Air National Guard commenced operations in Operation Tempest Rapid No. 1. It was a firefighting mission to Indonesia, flying until December 5th. The unit would fly a total of 250 missions in the U.S. Air Force first overseas firefighting mission. The Wyoming Air National Guard commenced operations in this day, 1997. All these things happen on this day, November 10. It's time to check out what's going on in the rodeo world, the Western Ag Network, and the Rodeo Road Report with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here. Off we go to another week. And the great Cade Bruno, Chalice, Idaho, 25 years old, headed for his 4th National Finals rodeo in a row and number 5 in the world. The saddle bronc rider from Idaho will join us to talk about the year that was 2025. Cade Bruno on the Road Show. Coming up next. Stay close.
Be part of something bigger. Join the American Sheep Industry Association today. Producers who join their state sheep association automatically gain ASI membership and access to national resources and representation. If your state doesn't have an association, no worries. You can still sign up individually at sheepusa.org and stay connected to the future of the industry. Your voice matters. Your membership counts. Again, learn more at sheepusa.org. Ranchers, are you looking for real-world performance in your next herd sire? If so, then don't miss the 8th annual Little Belt Classic Bull Sale, November 20th at 1 o'clock p.m. at the ranch near Hobson, Montana. Featuring 65 Black Angus bulls, 50 commercial bred heifers AI to S Wrangler 830, and 12 Baldy heifers AI to Coleman below zero. Stop by early, walk through the pens, and visit with them about cattle that work for a living. Details at littlebeltclassic.com. Don't forget online bidding at Frontier Live.
Rodeo Road Show. We always want to catch up with one of the prides of Custer County, Idaho. Cade Bruno, he is off to his 4th consecutive National Finals rodeo, ranked number 5 in the world. Cade, first of all, congratulations. What another spectacular year.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
So just reflect back on the year that was 2025. Every year has some ups and downs, and just talk about your year as you reflect back. What do you think about in your year?
Man, my year started out really, really good. I win second at the Newtown bronc match last fall, and that obviously counts for 2025. And then it started with a bang in Fort Worth, getting the win there. That's one of the coolest rodeos to be able to have a buckle hanging on your shelf. And then after that, it was just really consistent year. I mean, I didn't really have the big wins at some of the big rodeos after Fort Worth that I've had in the years past, but I just kind of slowly and chipped away at them all year and was kind of quietly winning a check everywhere.
Idaho's Cade Bruno on the Rodeo Road Show. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, thanks, Will, for the latest in rodeo. And just to jump around randomly with these next 4 or 5 stories, starting with the notion that all things made long ago are better, right? Longer lasting. Stuff made today is junk. It doesn't stand up. Stuff made long ago was made right. Made for a world where you didn't just, it wasn't a disposable world. You used something and kept it, and when it broke, you fixed it. You didn't throw it away. That's the old days. Old stuff is better. Whether you're talking about an old house, a stick-built house, and you see have you ever seen the photos? It's like a meme, photos of side-by-side photos of a 2x4 back in the day, and the grains of wood, the rings in a tree, the grains are real tight together because it grew naturally and it was harvested from a natural forest. And it's a harder wood, a stronger, harder, long-lasting wood. Yesteryear's 2x4, today's 2x4 is manufactured, created specifically in a forest, like, the same way there's Christmas tree forest that's made for the lumber industry, the timber industry, and you can see from the rings in it, spaced further apart, meaning it grew much, much faster, but makes it much weaker, less dense. Yeah. So almost everything made in the old days is better, with the exception of, the latest generation iPhone, I guess. Computer, today's computer is a lot better than yesteryear's. when your laptop is this small, a tiny little laptop, and yesteryear, that same computing power, you would have needed an entire closet of computer. But I bring this up for this story from the interwebs. Do you know right now, Voyager 1, not 2, not 3, not Voyager 80, Voyager 1, the first thing, pretty much the first thing we ever shot out there into space, is still going. This is 1977. Voyager 1 continues to operate and perform its task. My goodness, this thing. It's now 15 billion miles from Earth, and it's running on 69 kilobytes of memory, an 8-track tape recorder, and vintage Fortran code to give its instructions. This was the best we had in 1977 as far as tech. 69 KB of memory. Just to ballpark that for you, in like 1 second of this show, in the amount of time it takes me now to snap my fingers, ready? There, that was about 70 kilobytes of upload. That was more, a finger snap. That's more data movement in this entire RAM of this Voyager 1. 69 kilobytes of memory. 8-track tape recorder recording things that happened to it, and a vintage Fortran coding. An extinct computer code, Fortran. I learned Fortran and COBOL when I was in high school. I don't think they use either of those languages anymore. Nearly half a century later, this small aging probe still whispers data from the edge of the solar system, a testament to human ingenuity and the enduring spirit of exploration. I don't know about that. It's a testament to when things were made better. 47-year-old spacecraft, Voyager 1, 15 billion miles from Earth is still doing its job with like the computing power of your Apple Watch. Not even that. With the computing power of your toaster oven, the thing is still going. Amazing. Golf clap for the Voyager 1. This story from Anna Louise Jackson receiving grief on the Cowboy State Daily Facebook page for being a non-story. So this is news, is kind of the collective response of many readers. Well, yeah, until we say it's not news. I mean, not everything can be, the breaking news of Troy Lake pardoned or any of the other top stories. This is not maybe a top story, but a follow-up to Vice President Dick Cheney, who could often be found in the Jackson Hole area. His family lives in Wilson out on the West Bank. Dick Cheney was a familiar face at the Snake River Grill in Jackson over the years, and Anna Louise Jackson, who writes the story for the Cowboy State Daily, tracked down Katie Cooper, managing partner of the restaurant. And Katie shared with Cowboy State Daily readers about the dining habits of Vice President Dick Cheney. And yes, I know, slow news day. Cooper shared that Cheney would always sit at table 10 and always order the same meal whenever he dined out at the Snake River Grill, which is probably Jackson's fanciest, certainly the first fine dining place ever to come to Jackson, Snake River Grill, and continues to be on the high end if you want to talk about what it costs to eat there and how far ahead you have to book reservations. Those are my two. You're going to get great food at even a 1-star restaurant in Jackson, and you're going to get great or crummy service anywhere. It doesn't matter how many stars. So really the only true way to judge a restaurant on whether it's bougie, whether it's high end or low end, is how far ahead you have to book reservations, or if at all. And when the bill comes, the sticker shock that you'll get, those are how you judge how fancy a restaurant is. And on that scale, Snake River Grill is right up at the top. So no surprise that President Dick Cheney would be dining there. Always got the New York strip and potatoes. It was a meat and potatoes kind of guy, said Katie Cooper, managing partner of the restaurant. Always sat at table 10, usually called in his own reservation, did not have people do that for him. Dick Cheney would call and say, Len and I want to dine out on such and such day. Can you get table 10 for me? Occasionally he would dine with another couple, so they would get a 4-top. And Cooper said he was definitely meat and potatoes kind of guy, even after his heart issue, when he was probably supposed to get on a low cholesterol dinner. He received a heart transplant in 2012. And according to Snake River Grill, it did not change his eating habit. He would still get that New York strip, medium rare, and that order never wavered. Cooper said maybe he got a salad with it after the heart transplant. I can't remember. But he always got the same thing. She said he was really low maintenance, never required special attention. However, when he dined out in public at Snake River Grill, the vice president may not have been high maintenance, he and his wife, but the situation called for a little more pressure and a little more stress, certainly on the cooking staff. For instance, I found it interesting that Secret Service, of course, Secret Service detail would follow the Vice President Cheney when he was in office. And they would go to the restaurant with Vice President Cheney, and they would, at least one Secret Service member would be in the kitchen when the chef prepared the steak, just to make sure that you used oregano and not poison. the chef would have to say, Cooper said she couldn't remember whether a Secret Service member actually tasted the dish before it was served to Cheney. I don't think they went as far as that. I don't think you had like the kings of old, I don't think you had a court jester required to eat some of the steak to make sure you didn't croak. But they did watch as the steak was prepared. In fact, Cooper said the chef would have to declare out loud, I am now preparing the vice president's steak. Attention. Do I have any, maybe I have a sound effect for that, right? I might have something very stately. No, I need better music. No. Oh, there you go. I am now preparing the vice president's steak. Over and out. The chef would have to say that. And then Cooper said, I'm sure it caused a little bit of stress in the kitchen. I'll bet it did. That story from Anna Louise Jackson, you can call it now news, but look, we just had about 8 minutes of fun with it, so that was kind of news for us. I want to talk about Uintah County voters and soundly defeating a tax project, $40 million plus tax project. I'm going to talk about that, the Godzilla drink and lander, and also a Starbucks item that if you didn't get it, it's too late. It's sold out. It is the Starbucks swag of 2025, and it's sold out in minutes. We'll talk about all those things when we come back on the final break of this show, a Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk, they hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show Monday, right outside the window behind me. I'm pointing right there. Yeah, the bighorn sheep are out and about, like within 50 yards of Cowboy State Daily Studios. Also known as a wildlife safari. There's all kinds of right outside the window over my shoulder. On any given day, you could see elk. This is within 50 yards of the studio we broadcast out of. You can see elk regular. Like, oh, another elk. Mule deer. There's a resident small herd of mule deer that not only are right outside the window, but they're right up on the porch looking for a handout over the winter. There's moose that comes by pretty frequently. Seen mountain lion, wolf, bear. Yep, right outside the window. Of course, the raccoons that have become part of the regular narrative. They drag off any kind of food you might leave outside. Even I seal bird seed. I have bird seed and bird nuts for the chickadees, and I have it in a ammo case. Locked. It's not locked with a lock, but it's like fastened. It's locked pretty, it's closed with a latch. It takes effort to open, and these raccoons open it regularly. They'll pop those open and drag them off 10, 20 yards away, and they'll eat everything in it. Yeah, this takes place regularly right outside. And bighorn sheep. There used to be 13 bighorn sheep. Every year, you'd see the same 13. The population didn't grow, and it didn't decrease. And then Game and Fish introduced a couple of outside rams from, I'm assuming, the DuBois area where they have a good population. I'm not sure where they came from. But all of a sudden, one year, you see some robust, healthy, good gene spreading rams that are in the pack. And now that 13 has become 20-something, like 24, right outside the window right now, including some big old rams, big curls. Yeah, it's always fun to watch what's happening outside the window. Uintah County voters. We had a letter to the editor in Cowboy State Daily from Chris Williams. Said, "Attaboy, way to go, Uintah County. Well done, Uintah County!" Exclamation point. Uintah County, I sincerely congratulate Uintah County voters for soundly defeating the latest attempt at progressives attempting to take our money, writes Mr. Williams. During a special election this past Tuesday, almost a week ago now, Uintah County voters were asked if they wanted to tax themselves a penny, sales tax, in order to do a variety of things. This money, this would have been a utilization of what's called a specific purpose excise tax. And it's been used in other counties. Its intent was to use a SPET, specific purpose excise tax, for projects beyond the scope of normal government. So if you have a town or a county interest and you wanted to fund it, that's, something beyond just cleaning, snow plowing or whatever, government does. If you had a major capital expense, you would use a specific purpose excise tax, SPET. And you would basically agree to tax yourselves a penny, add a penny onto the sales tax, a pittance, right? You wouldn't even notice it. And you could do things like, in this case, Uintah County was looking to fund a new community swimming pool. They have a swimming pool in Evanston, but it's a 41-year-old pool. And it's getting towards the end of its lifespan. And it's costing more and more money to keep it maintained. So part of this 1% specific purpose excise tax, part of it would have went to a $28.8 million swimming pool that would replace the 4-decade-old pool they have now. Also, the tax money collected would have gone to a secondary access road for those living in the Upper Deer Mountain subdivision of Bear River. Some $856,000 would have went toward that effort. Also, the tax collected would have went $2.2 million would have went for improvements to Mountain View's public park. Tiny little Mountain View has a public park, and they wanted to get that compliant with Americans with Disability Act. So in other words, they needed ramps, and just to make it compliant, the bathrooms at the park, $2.2 million. Also, $5.5 million would have went towards the rebuild of equipment at Lyman's Heritage Park, an expansion of the Lyman sewer system. $3.3 million of this tax money would have went towards 2 fire engines and 2 ambulances for Uintah County. So all of these items to me sound reasonable, at least compared to Teton County's use of specific purpose excise tax, which has been used for all kinds of wonky things. Library expansion, a lot for housing. In Uintah County, the 1 penny, 1% sales tax was shot down soundly, 2-1. Voters in Uintah County said they do not want to tax themselves an extra penny on the dollar in order to do any of those things. Now, I was surprised to see all these items bundled. In Teton County, usually SPET, or a specific purpose excise tax, is used in a fashion where it's sort of like a laundry list, a shopping cart. Which of the following do you want? And taxpayers would be asked to thumbs up, thumbs down, like, do we want a bigger library? Yes or no? Do we want affordable housing project here? Yes or no? Do we want, and there'd be a list of 10 or 12 items every 3 or 4 years. And you could pick which ones you wanted, which ones you didn't. If you failed all of them, if you said, no, I don't want this, I don't want that, I don't want any of them. If they all failed, that penny of tax would go away. It's currently that SPET penny is currently just rolls over in Teton County anyway. And every few years, you get a new list of things that you want to either approve or not approve. And just keeps going. It's a perpetual tax. It's almost impossible to get rid of because at a certain point, taxpayers forget that it's even a tax. You're just asked every 3 years, do you want this? It's like shopping for Christmas. It's like the Sears and Roebuck catalog. Do you want these things? Oh, yeah, I want that. That sounds good. Housing? Oh, I'm for that. And you don't even, you get out of the sense that you're even being taxed. Anyway, in Uintah County, that penny tax does not yet exist. It's not yet being collected. So Uintah voters were asked, do you want to pay a little more tax, one penny, 1%, for a new swimming pool, for access road, for making bathrooms compliant at the Mountain View Public Park, for a couple of ambulances and a couple of fire engines? And voters said no, 2-1. They said, we don't want to be taxed. I found that very interesting And the difference between Uintah County, where they say no to all the above, and I'm surprised those things were bundled. I wonder if any of those would have had success if they were pulled out of there. Stand alone. Do you want a new pool or not? The old one's crapping out. And just let that be the tax. But when you bundle them all together, you find somebody doesn't want something, and then you really wreck the ability for this tax to go through. I wonder if they don't pull that apart. I'm surprised they bundle it like that. But Uintah County said no tax for nothing. Where in Teton County, they are more than happy to have that 1% specific purpose excise tax just roll over year after year after year. And then you're asked, what fun things do you want to make this year? It's just weird. Yeah, good news. A good letter to the editor from one of Cowboy State Daily readers. Chris Williams said, "Well done, Uintah County, shooting down the special tax 2-1 vote." That's going to wrap us up for a Monday. We is out of time. Whatever we missed out on, we'll pick up tomorrow, same time. Wherever you enjoy the show, maybe you follow us on Facebook. We're Facebook Live. Whenever the show is live, we're there. X Live, we're on X, formerly known as Twitter. We're on YouTube, where you can see the show live and archived, or on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. Whenever the show is rolling, you'll see it. If you land on the homepage, or you can go find the archive version. We're on radio stations syndicated across the state. Maybe you hear us that way, or wherever you listen to and download your favorite podcasts. We're there as well, on demand, archived. Thanks for making us a part of your Monday. Have a great day.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.